live.
Nice.
Hello and welcome everybody to the 19th iteration of Playtest This, where we play games for hours and sometimes you come watch it.
And do feedback for the same.
And then we do feedback, which hopefully will be useful. Now, let's meet our panel. I am Evan Halbert, game designer of After the Empire and some other junk hopefully coming out next year. It's not junk. Jack.
I'm Jack Dunbar, co-host, New Kingdom Gaming, launching my first Kickstarter campaign in February this year. So, or actually April, sorry, but getting there. Yeah, and I'm excited to play this game tonight. I feel like we should, when we get to start playing, we should definitely set off the Forge sound. We should bang the hammer.
Right. Do you still have that loaded up, Wes?
I have no problems loading that up. That's my favorite part.
Nice.
Sasha.
My name is Sasha Jelton. I am a game designer that I'm working on a couple of different games. Several weeks ago, we had my game DevCut on. And
go look at that episode.
Yeah, it's a great episode. But yeah, I love designing. I teach game design and to middle schoolers, and I love trying people's games and hopefully giving them feedback that is helpful. So,
Trevor.
Hey, I am Trevor Olson, and I am also a game designer. I hope is the noise beside me coming through. My son is cracking up over here.
Yes, I hear it. I hear it.
I'll
was it my excellent pronunciation of your name?
No, he didn't hear anything. He's just going off about YouTube.
I was giving myself too much credit. Okay.
I'm sure he would have thought it was wonderful. Yeah, so I'm Trevor Olson. I am a board game designer as well. There's probably about 7 or 8 in the mix, but really I'm mostly working on my Alcatraz game, which
Escape
the City, which you guys have play tested on this channel,
which has also recently been played by Quinns of that fancy podcast.
He did look at it. I think his words were, "I'll be right back. I just got to go look at this other game."
He looked interested, man.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. And I think that's mostly it. I only, from what I remember, I really only play Wes Woodbury games. So this is
yeah. Well, you're in for a treat because we do have Wes Woodbury. Wes, give us your intro bio.
We're working on Forge today. Wes Woodbury, Fundamental Games. I've been designing games for I think 4 years and a bit now. I've done a couple of independent published games off Kickstarter and with some distribution partners. So had some fun with that.
What was your dungeon crawl one? Die in the Dungeon. I saw somebody like yesterday bringing that up.
Yeah, Galen McCown, he has a game live on Kickstarter called Super Snipers, and he was kind enough to post some playthroughs he's having. He's got COVID right now, and he's playing some solo games to pass the time, and he died, but not of COVID. He died in my dungeon.
Die in the Dungeon. Go check it out. Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No worries. So yeah, Forge, my first game that doesn't have magic, doesn't have dragons, doesn't have the mystery of fantasy worlds, but I'm looking forward to giving this another playtest. We did playtest it once on your channel. I think it was your 3rd or 4th. So I've taken some of that feedback, and this might be the first game you've had twice on your channel.
I think that might be true.
Yeah, I believe it is. I was just looking at the sheet tonight. Yeah.
Well, welcome back. Thanks for submitting yourself for a second round of fan basting.
You know, it's important for a fantasy fan to understand what a blacksmith really goes through. So I think it fits well with the rest of your ludology.
That's right. Yeah. I was surprised with some of the readings and research I did, and it's a fun little theme to work with.
Awesome. Well, hopefully I agree with myself with whatever I said the first time, but I did not review the last one, so I might totally disagree with myself. Wait, who wasn't on it the last time? Probably Sasha wasn't.
I wasn't, no.
Were you?
I
Sasha
was.
was
You were?
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost same crew.
We played with a very, very sleepy Matt.
Oh,
Opal.
that's right. That's
Oh
right.
yeah.
It was like
That's
3
right,
in the
he was
morning
like-
or something ridiculous for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually broke into his workday the next day. I
Oh
think.
no.
No, I'm just
sorry.
kidding.
I'm sorry, Matt Opal. Okay. Take us through the game, because maybe it's different, and then maybe I forgot everything.
Yeah, and you guys had given some good feedback that I incorporated parts of it into the game. As you know, with any feedback, some of it's taken, some of it's not, and
Yeah.
make the best of what you want to work with. So I put this little card here. This is just a list of what I'm going to go through for the trade.
Cool.
So first off, Fundamental Games. We make board games, we kickstart board games, and I'm in a partnership with another company called Hammer Dog Games, which coincidentally enough has a hammer on his icon, which ties in with board. So this might be our first board game cohesive publication next year. We're going to kickstart.
Nice.
And again, it's a
Awesome.
the game's set in a medieval setting, but not fantasy. So it's not a dwarven forge, or I think I saw another game coming up next year about, a badger and rabbits forging stuff. There's none of that. This is just medieval humans forging stuff. And we're trying to build up our reputation. We're competing blacksmiths in this busy city, and everybody wants our goods, but we need to become the best. So a competitive medieval strategy game. There was worker placement, some engine building, and some set collection tied in. So that's kind of the theme of the game. The objective of the game, like most of these worker placement games, is to gain the most points. You'll see on the track on this achievement board here, there's a point track. For TTS, it's probably easier for us to use these clicking points, but in the real board game, we would put our anvils and go up the board. So if you want to play physically, we can go up the board with anvils. If you want it to be more visible to our viewers, we can use these little point trackers here. But either way, objective of the game is to get the most achievement points. We'll be able to see some of those throughout the game, and some of them you won't get till the end of the game. So there's a little bit of variability at game end. In front of each of us is a forge board. So we're each responsible for our own forge. We all start with a basic forge, and we have all the components that we would require to build the most basic things. But we will be able to develop our forge and make it better over time through some different options on your board. So we'll look down at the green board on the bottom left, and I'll point out a few things here. So first off, our board has 2 assistants on it. So like most worker placement games, I might accidentally call these workers, but in the rule book, they're called assistants. They're your blacksmith's assistants, and they run around the city and help you collect goods and get contracts and do other things that will influence your game. And in addition, we each have a blacksmith. The blacksmith is like a super worker. They have special places they can go to, and they're the only worker that can go to their forge and forge something. But there is something different about this version of the game that you guys will notice once we get to it. So, but you start with 2 assistants and a blacksmith. And then at the beginning of the second round of play, we're going to get a 3rd assistant. And at the beginning of the 4th round of play, we'll get a 4th assistant. So you don't have to invest any time or money or resources to get extra assistants. They're just going to come over time. They're going to flock to your forge because you're so amazing. So that's the first thing on your board. Second thing you'll notice on your board is you have upgrade tokens on the top and bottom of your board. So these upgrade tokens at the beginning of the game do nothing, but should you acquire them, they'll go and cover up the matching icon, and you'll get the ability that's covered up, that's shown on those icons for the rest of the game when you do upgrade them, or if you upgrade them. It is not mandatory to upgrade them, but you'll get points at the end of it, or when you upgrade something, and you'll have a permanent ability for the rest of the game. And there'll be certain cards that require upgrades in order to forge. So those will be important in the game. And then on the right side of the board, you have a spot where we'll put development cards, which we'll talk about, and forged contracts, which we'll talk about. On the bottom of your board, you have 5 coins, 1 metal, and 1 wood to start the game. And then you have 5 achievement hammers, which are going to be used on the achievement board. And if you remember the phrase, drop the hammer, we dropped the hammer a lot last game.
Yeah.
So that is the player boards. And so before I go to the main board, maybe is there any? Oh, one other thing I missed is the skill star. So each of our blacksmiths has a certain amount of skill. We all start at one skill, but you're going to acquire skills for different things in the game. 3 of them are directly on your player board. So if you look at the forge token, if I upgrade my forge, I get a skill. So that would move me up 1. If I upgrade to my grindstone, I would get a skill. And when you acquire your 4th assistant, you're going to get a skill. So you can get up to 4 skill from your board alone. Getting the 5th skill will be through some of the different cards that are available.
And that affects both contracts and is an achievement itself, right?
Correct, yeah. So contracts will require you certain skill levels, and dropping a hammer, which we'll talk about, will help over there. So that is our player boards. We all have identical boards. There's a possibility that there be some asymmetry on the flip side or with a special character card as the game develops. But at this point, we all have the same abilities. We start on an equal playing field. All right, next we'll go off to the main board where all the fun happens. So the main board, like more worker placement boards has different places that we can go. I'll use these green tokens here as an example. And we'll start at the top. So if I put my assistant here, I will get the amount of resources shown underneath matching the icon. So in this case, I would get 4 wood. If I went here, I'd get 3 wood. If I went here, I would get 2 wood. And on future turns, even though you have a person there, you can still go there a second or third time if nobody else has filled those spots. But once the 3rd spot gets filled, that's as far as you can go. But should you want to place your blacksmith here, if they decide to go to the woods and use their axe, they're a little bit more skilled. They have more ability, so they're going to get however much wood is showing +1. That's what the +1 reference is there. So if they're the first person to go there, that blacksmith will earn 5 wood instead of 4. But if somebody's already on the 4 slot, they'll earn 4 wood instead of 3, etc. Does that make sense?
And you take it right away, is that right, Wes?
You take it right away, yeah, right out of the bag. It goes onto or underneath your player board, wherever you want to stash it. And there's no limit to how much resources you can have.
If all the spots are taken and then you went here, or would you get?
So if all the spots are taken and you went there, you would just get 1.
Okay, got it.
Optimal.
Yeah, not very good. So that is wood. Now, same thing for metal. So instead of getting wood, exact same rules apply. 3, 2, and 1 metal, +1 if you place your blacksmith. One thing to note, if you look on your forge, if you happen to make your caravan and you go to either of those spots, you're going to get an extra wood or an extra metal every time you go there. So developing your little wagon there means you can haul more stuff, so you get extra bonus there. And then the 3rd spot on the top row is the mine. So the first assistant to go there can get 2, the second one can get 1, and the blacksmith always gets 2. But there's less spots there, so it's harder to get gems, more crowded, fighting for space. And all of these resources are going to be used for building contracts. You'll never use gems to build on your player board, but you will use wood and metal to help build up equipment on your player board, which we'll talk about. That's the easiest way to get resources, is the top of the board. You'll notice there's no way to get brick, but there are red brick tokens, and the only way to get brick is off the turn order board or in the 2nd row off the trading post, which we'll talk about. Before I go to the 2nd row, any questions on the top? Good.
Yeah, seems pretty straightforward.
So trading posts, there's lots of meeple icons there because any number of assistants can go here. You can go here, 4 times in a round if you want to. You probably won't be able to afford to, and it's not worthwhile to do so, but if you want to. So when you go here, you can do 2 transactions, either buying or selling a single good. So I could sell 2 gems for 10 gold, we'll call it. But then I couldn't do anything else, or I could sell a gem and buy a metal, or I could buy 2 wood. So I can do 2 single transactions by visiting here. So sometimes getting brick can be hard, and you may have to go to the trading post to get brick if you really want to build your grindstone or upgrade your forge.
And that denotes 4 coins for 1 brick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the trading post. If you go to the plaza allows you to, where did I put that? Oh. So let's say my blacksmith went to the barracks at some point. If you go to the plaza and spend 2 gold per person that is here, you can then relocate your blacksmith to any other location.
Ooh.
So each player can only go there once, and I haven't found it. I should probably have these meeples colored to represent that, but each player can go here once, but the later you go here, the more it might cost you if somebody else has gone there first. But it'll
So
give you a chance
-2 to bring to refresh your blacksmith.
Yeah, and you use them in that same turn. So wherever they are,
Oh,
you use them
immediately.
somewhere else immediately. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that from your own player board as well, or just from this board?
Wherever your blacksmith is, you can move them with that
Got it.
ability.
If he's on the
Wow.
forge spot on your board, can you then immediately forge again? Or does it have to be a different action?
You can't go back to the same spot. So if
Okay.
I go to the plaza, I have to move them off my forge board.
But you can use it to move from your player board. It's not
Yes.
just restricted to the main board.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
Then we move over to the guilds. The guilds can only your blacksmiths can go here. So each person can go here once per turn. If you go here, you either can draw the top 2 cards off of the guild deck, which is right here, or you can take the top card from the discard pile. So there's always going to be a card in the discard pile face up. If the discard pile is ever empty, the top card of the draw pile will go in there. So again, you have the option, take the card that you can see or draw 2 cards that you can't see, pick one and discard the other. Because you may be going for a certain color or a certain resource, and you know what you're going to get here, but you don't know what you're going to get here. Now, the way guild cards work is you get whatever resources are shown on the top of the card, and then they give you a guild color that will work towards set collection at the end of the game. They don't they don't serve any other purpose other than giving you immediate resources and helping with set collection. And there's 7 colors in total. There's actually a skill star that you can get off some of these cards, or wood, or metal, or gems. So there's variable resources, and there's 3 of every color guild. So there's a total of 21 cards, which means if 3 people get 1 color guild off here, that means there won't be a 4th for the 4th player. But there are other ways to get guild colors. And so when you acquire those, you just go to the bottom of your board, and they sit there till the end of the game.
So how could you get 7?
You can get guild colors off of other cards as well. So this is one way to get guild colors. You'll be able to get guild colors off of contract cards and
okay.
And I've changed the ruling on that a little bit if you remember the last one. So that's the guild spot. That's row number 2. And then if we go to row number 3, all 3 of these are very, very similar. And the way the game works is contract cards. Every deck starts with a discard pile that has a card face up, and more cards will go in there. Oopsie. And there, we'll set up. So if I go here to the City Commons, I get to draw a card. Now the difference between contract cards and other decks is you can draw off the discard or the top of the deck. So if you like what's showing, you can grab it. If you don't like what's showing, you can take a risk and take it off the top of the deck. If I go to the Commons, I get the brown deck. If I go to the Barracks, I get the gray deck. And if I go to the Castle, I get the purple deck. If you go there with your Blacksmith, you get to draw 2 cards instead of 1. And then if you look on your player board, if you happen to have the, where do we have it? The Vice. When you draw contracts, you get to draw an extra card and then discard 1, so it increases your options there.
Oh.
Now, contract cards, when you acquire a contract, they go on the bottom of your board, so any player can see what contracts you have. I used to have it go to your hand, but I wanted to have it a very public game. And contracts aren't that secretive. So anything on the bottom of your board means they're not forged yet. When you do forge them, they'll go to the right-hand side of your board to show that they've been forged.
Now, one detail I think I remember you saying is you drew all of these contracts, didn't you, Wes?
I drew every one of those contract cards. Yep, that chessboard, that wheel, it was on my iPad and Procreate. So good memory.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so these contract cards, the brown ones are the easiest to make and usually require the most wood. The gray ones use the most metal. They're kind of mediocre to build. And then the purple ones can be the hardest to make. They tend to be worth the most points more gold, but they take longer to build in many cases. And so we'll go through how do you forge a card. So once you've acquired contract cards, you can forge them. And there's two ways to do that. The first way is at the end of every round of play, once we've all placed all of our assistants and blacksmith, everybody gets a free forge action. So that's new from the last time you played. So at the end of every round, and most games last about 7 rounds, 6 to 8 rounds. So you'll get 6 free forge actions per game, or 7 free depending on the length of the game.
Interesting.
The other way to forge a card is to take your blacksmith, and instead of putting them somewhere on the board, you put them on your forge, and you can forge a card. So that means every round you have the potential of forging 2 cards, once with your blacksmith and once with your free forge action at the end of the round. And if you ever do upgrade your forge, you'll notice on your forge board, you can forge 2 contracts by placing your blacksmith there instead of 1. So you could forge as many as 3 cards in a round by the end of the game, but that doesn't happen very often.
So, yeah, that doesn't apply to the free end of round.
Right, exactly. Only when you place your blacksmith. Now, every card has some criteria, and those are on the left side of the card. So to the left of the parchment, there's a skill star. You have to have at least that much skill in order to be able to forge that card. And if there's an icon there, you have to have that forge upgrade. There's only three icons that would be there. There's the chisels, there are the grindstone, and there is the tongs. So those are the only 3 that would show up on these cards in order to upgrade certain cards. And the brown ones only have 2 of them. The gray ones have 2 of them, and the purple ones have 2 of them. Whoops, I'm rotating cards by mistake.
And the bottom, I assume, is the payoff that you get for finishing the contract?
Yeah, so the left-hand side is requirements, but those requirements don't get expended. Underneath the image of the card are the resources that you have to discard in order to build it. And then the bottom of the card, you immediately get the points and the coins. So the points you would track on the point board, and the coins you would acquire immediately. That's one of the only ways to get money in the game, is by forging things or by selling gems. So you could spend a lot of turns acquiring gems and selling them to get money, but it's more beneficial to forge items to get money.
Now, I noticed this one requires a worker. How does that work?
So if you have a card that requires a worker, you either have, like if you're going to use the end of turn forge action, you'd have to reserve a worker and save them for the end of turn. Or if you are using your blacksmith, you'd have to put an assistant there as well.
Okay, so it's just like you're getting help from your worker to build this thing.
Yeah. And so that's compensated by extra points and extra coins on those cards. It is not considered another resource, but you don't kill the worker. They do come back in the next round.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, does the torture rack have a worker?
Yeah.
A test subject.
And you said these symbols do count towards your...
Yes, so that's a change as well. Anytime you ever see a guild symbol, they all apply to the end of game set points that you can acquire.
Love it.
That's enough. You don't need that seal in order to build it. It's just a bonus at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are the guild cards, or sorry, contract cards. The numbers on the bottom right is just the number sequence. They don't mean anything for the game. All right, and they all have a name at the top, which is just a description, and then they all have a type. And the type matters. When you see armor or weapon on your forge board where you have your hammer, you get a bonus for a discount if you build weapons or armor. So that's one thing to note. And if you do build your anvil early in the game, anytime you forge something, you get an extra 2 gold, so you can earn extra money when you forge. Just other things to remember about the engine that you're building. All right, that is the contract cards. And then we finally move on to the bottom of the board. The bottom of the board has 3 spots. First one is the development. If I place an assistant here, I can choose this option or this option. Once that spot's filled, somebody could go here or here. And then once those 2 spots are filled, somebody would have to go here. And of course, if you have your blacksmith, they always get top choice, so they can go there. But again, limited number of spots available. If you choose the left option, you draw 2 cards off the top of the deck and discard 1. And that's off the red deck here. If you go to the right spot, you get to draw off the top of the discard pile.
Are these examples here of the red cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so with these cards, when you draw it, you play it immediately. So if I choose to take this card off the discard pile, it immediately goes there. It doesn't cost me anything, and I will get this one gives me a skill immediately. So that would help with my skill, and it gives me that orange guild color that helps for end of game points. There is every card is different. There is a card that some cards.
Oh wow.
If you see a gray guild, it just means that it has a guild benefit of some sort. So in this case, I can exhaust an assistant here, which means put an assistant here to gain the top card of the guild.
Oh.
So some of the locations give you a spot nobody else has. Some of them give you discounts off of other cards. So they all give you different perks and benefits.
Interesting. And that's also an achievement. Yes.
That is also part of the achievements. Yep.
Okay.
So you can have up to 4 of those, and when you get your 4th one, that does let you drop an achievement. That's a development section. Next section is equipment. So equipment, if you go on the left side, you can upgrade something from the bottom of your forge. And by doing that, you have to pay the cost shown to the right of those icons. So if I want to build a chisel, it'll cost me a metal and a gold, and I have to go to that spot. And then I put that on the board. So all 4 of the bottom ones I can do on the left side of this board. All the top ones I can do on the right side. So again, you can do multiple in a turn if nobody else covers up those spots, if that's what you're working toward. But they cost money, so in the end, you are going to have to forge things if you're ever going to want to upgrade your forge. Kind of is a cycle there. And then finally, we have the training section. So the training one is a bit special because you train the assistant that goes there. So if I take this assistant off the green board and put it on the training deck, that assistant's going to get whatever training card I acquire. So and it's the same. I can take the top 2 cards and discard one, or take the top card of the discard pile. So let's say I take this one here, this card goes here, and that assistant is now becomes this ability. So from now on, this assistant can be exhausted to acquire or to forge something. So they get a special perk there. And there's, again, lots of different assistant cards. If you see a guild color, that goes towards set collection. If there's a point icon, you get the points right away. This assistant can be placed on blacksmith locations. This assistant can be exhausted. So again, I'm not going to describe all the assistants to you, but you can get up to 4 assistant cards, and those assistants have those abilities for the rest of the game.
And it is locked to the assistant it's next to.
Locked to that specific assistant, yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you place your blacksmith to train somebody, you can train somebody who's still sitting there. So I could train this guy with my blacksmith. If that makes sense.
Yeah, basically powering up that turn rather than a future turn.
Yeah, you don't have to wait a turn to use that power.
Give me that distinction again.
So normally when you place your assistant there, it's the assistant that you placed that gets trained.
Oh,
If I place a blacksmith there, I can train any one of these spots as long as I have an assistant available.
Very cool. So correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, but can you, whenever you're drawing a card, you can always draw from the top of the deck or the top of the discard?
Well, if you look at these bottom ones here, you can. This one is the discard pile. I should probably put a little X on there to represent that. So this one lets you draw from the discard pile. This side lets you draw 2 from the top of the deck and discard 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whereas the contract cards are the ones that let you draw either.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to improve the iconography on there to make sure that it's differentiated.
And then the guilds, is this the same as how these work?
So guilds is 2 off the top of the deck and discard 1, or 1 off the discard pile.
Okay, got it.
And
only the contracts that are different.
Okay.
And just a question on the what Evan's question was. I guess if your guy is there and you're not using that, you're not going to be able to use him that turn. But if you use the blacksmith, you would actually be able to use whatever power he has that turn. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for a guy that is not yet used, you can upgrade that guy and then later use.
And you can't upgrade a guy you don't have yet. So your 3rd and 4th assistants, if for some reason you were able to train 3 times in the first round, can't train the guys that don't exist yet.
Yeah, that's my whole strategy.
That's right.
Can I do 4 trains in the first round?
You do 3. I guess you could do 2.
Two.
No,
One
you
thing
can
I
do 3.
really like, Wes, that you have this training script.
Oh yeah.
That's
you.
great.
That's practice picked up. There you go.
Yeah.
So that is the main game board. So before I move on to the next part, any questions to clarify on the board? Good there. All right, we'll move on to the achievement board. So that is to the right of the main game board. You'll notice there are turn order hammers here, which we'll talk about in a second. But the achievements, now that we've described the board, the achievements will make more sense. So anytime we accomplish an achievement in the game, we must drop a hammer. So for guild types, if I get 4 different colored guilds, it can't be 2 of the same color. If I get 4 different colored guilds in any combination of cards, I get to drop one of my achievement hammers. So I'm going to use these blue hammers as the example here.
Sweet.
Let's say I got 4 guild colors, I drop a hammer.
Nice.
Next one is if I upgrade the top 4 tokens on my forge board, I get to drop a hammer.
Drop a hammer.
If I upgrade the bottom 4, I get to drop a hammer. If I train all 4 of my assistants, I get to drop a hammer. This hammer is not aligning properly.
Undroppable.
Defective hammer.
I got it.
I don't have my degrees set up properly.
Oh, no.
This
So
one,
close.
if I get 4 development cards, I drop a hammer. And this one, if I get 5 skill points, I drop a hammer. Now, you only have 5 hammers, so you'll never get to do all of these things. But whoever does them first gets to go in the first spot, and then anybody afterwards ends up going lower on the totem pole. And you'll notice in the center of the board, the first hammer is worth 5, then 3, then 2, then 1. So it's kind of a race for some of those if you want to get the most points.
Nice.
On the last part of the board it's in blue because it's important. One of your hammers must be 3 forged items. So even if you've got 4 achievement hammers in other areas, your 5th hammer, if you didn't already place it, must always be in this spot. And that's to encourage and represent that forging is important as a blacksmith.
Yeah.
The contracts can be of any type. They don't have to be 3 of one type. It can be any mix of.
Okay.
Oh,
So
it does
can be
not have
3
to
common.
Yeah, it can be 3 common. So
Okay.
if you really want to get them fast, you might be pumping out really crappy stuff just to get your name out there. You know, things happen. And so this is how the game end triggers, because if somebody drops their 5th hammer, that round finishes. We finish placing all our assistants and blacksmiths for that round, and then the game is over at that point. So as you see hammers getting laid, that 5th hammer means the game is going to end whether you like it or not. So there's not a set number of turns, but it does have, traditionally it's been around between 6 to 8 turn games, unless people are really working on other stuff and delaying the hammers.
You still get your final end of round forge, right?
You still get your final forge as well. Yeah.
Okay.
That is achievement hammers. And when you drop your hammer, again, you can get your points right away so that you can see how many points people are accruing throughout the game. And if you get past 50 points, then you would use your 50-point anvil instead. It'll be double-sided, but right now, 2 different ones instead.
So you score as you go. Anytime you get points. Okay.
The only thing that doesn't get scored as you go is your set collection points.
Right.
Do you get points for dropping a hammer then?
Yeah, you get 5 points for your first.
Oh, it's right there. Sorry.
Yeah.
You mentioned that. I totally gapped.
So that's the achievement board. And then finally on this board, there's a turn order sequence. So we'll randomly determine who's going to pick to drop the first hammer and go clockwise from there. Whoever picks the first hammer placement can choose first to play, but they get a piece of wood. Second to play gets metal. Third to play gets a brick. And fourth to play gets a gem. And then on all future rounds, whoever has their hammer in the last position will get to pick where they go on the next round, with the caveat that they can never pick the last position. So they can pick the second or third.
And I'm sorry, when are we doing that?
We're doing it random for the first round, and then for all rounds after that, it'll go in hammer sequence. So
whoever's last goes first.
Whoever's last picks first, whoever's third picks second.
Okay.
So that is it. And so for turn order, well, I'll help keep track of that, because I know when you're not going clockwise, it can be confusing in a new game. If you do need it, there are player aids on the right side. They're gargantuan, so they're easy to read. Because usually the one thing that gets most questions is contracts, so that's the biggest part of the player aid. And then end of game scoring is on the reverse of that, just to remind you. So at the end of the game, gold and gemstones are worth 5. Now I used to do game end scoring all at once instead of tracking on the board, so game end scoring will be a lot faster. So this instead of game end scoring,
nice.
is just
Scoring.
represent what matters the most will be the guild affiliation points at the end of the game. For each set of colors you have, you're going to acquire points. The more colors you have, the more points you get in that set. 7 different colors, I get 35 points.
But you can do
You
multiple
damage them
sets.
there, but you can't have multiple sets yet. So if you have a set of 1, you still get 2 points for that 1 color. And that is the game of Forge. For every 5 coins and every gem you have at the end of the game, those are extra points. Also, all your resources are worthless at the end of the game. So your brick and your metal and your wood just gonna sit there and collect dust.
Okay, Wes, can we do an example of that? The guild scoring?
Absolutely, yeah. So let's
say
say
I-
I
yeah.
have this,
Yeah.
this, and this, and
Uh-huh.
this. So all of these cards could have different. They all have different symbols on them.
Okay.
So let's say these are my end game. You're probably going to have a lot more, but in this case,
Okay.
I would have an orange, a blue, a brown, and a white. So that is a set of 4. That'd be worth 14 points on its own. And then these
Okay.
2, because they're duplicates, form a set of 2, so they're worth 5 points.
Okay.
Which,
For some reason, I
go
had-
over that last bit again, the 2, because I
so
was looking
I-
at the cheat sheet. Sorry.
No problem. So this is orange, blue, brown, and white. So that is 4 distinct colors. So that's worth 14 points. So I have a second orange and a second brown. That would form a second set. So those
Oh,
would
I
be
see.
worth 5
I see. So once the cards are counted, they're counted and out, and then you count what's left.
Yeah. And so if I
Okay.
happen to have a third brown card, that would be a third set worth 1 point.
Okay.
Cool.
So there's no card you're gonna have that's completely wasted, essentially.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And some of these cards, instead of having guild colors, they are just worth points when you acquire them. So every card has benefits in different ways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just remember that from our first game I had kind of wasted.
Yeah.
So that's good.
The other thing we're going to do is you're each going to, actually I'll deal them out once I shuffle them. The R to shuffle or S? R. R.
Random.
So I'm going to deal out one of those to each player, one of these to each player, and one of these to each player. You get to pick 1 to keep, and the other 2 go in the discard pile, matching that card.
So I get to start
Ooh.
with these 2 in play. Is that correct?
You get to start with what? Sorry. Oh yeah. No.
All right. It was worth it.
You said 1 to keep and 1 to what?
One you keep, the other 2 go to their discard pile.
Got it.
While you guys are thinking about that, we'll just get this board started.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love
They
it.
go to the discard pile. Okay.
Yeah.
And these are, we just keep in our hands until we're,
They go underneath your player board.
okay.
So you
They-
can't see what they are.
Okay, the ones I
Got it.
don't want go up here.
Yeah, to the discard pile.
We're discarding 2, right?
Discarding 2, yeah. And throughout the entire game, if a discard pile is ever empty, then the top part of that pile will go to the discard. So looks like all of you, oh no, you 2 haven't
I haven't done it mine yet, sorry.
When I bring
I
these
haven't
down, as I show my hand, right?
Yep.
Incomplete.
Okay, so just to be clear on these cards, the stuff that's in the brown weathered paper, that's stuff I need to have.
Yeah, stuff in the brown parchment, that's kind of your to build sheet. So you need those resources to discard in order to build that good.
Okay, and if there's a
there's a-
star, sorry.
Yeah, if there's a star there, you need that much skill, but it doesn't get used up. And
Okay.
if there are icons, you have to have those forge upgrades in place. Otherwise, you can't play that card.
All
So you
right.
can acquire the card, but you can't play it until you have it.
Mhm.
I never noticed that we can screen peek on Evan on the live
Don't.
stream.
Don't you do it?
You never noticed?
Don't you?
No, I've just
Well,
never
of
really
course,
thought about
of course, Sasha would know.
Yeah, like how do you think I do well?
That makes sense.
Didn't he kick our ass last time? I think
Mhm.
he kicked our
Did I?
ass last time.
Mhm.
No, Evan
Jack has
did.
a very artistic name. You've written it out quite
Brown is there.
Wisconsin.
And we start with
Sorry, what
Even
was that,
though-
Wes?
Even though this giant anvil is not in the game, I'm going to be putting this next to whoever's turn it is throughout the game.
oh yeah,
Oh, okay. Awesome.
and it makes
Yeah.
the clang sound when you set it down. Can you script that?
Unfortunately, it does not. No.
Can you script
Oh.
that? Clang. That'd be
So
awesome.
you
Every time you
so
drop
you
it to the
didn't
table.
you didn't end up looking into manufacturing anvils to come with
No,
every game.
I
Okay.
decided for anvils, I'm going to go with these little tokens because
Eh,
metal anvils just isn't going to work.
eh.
Yeah.
And eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we're going to say, Trevor, you get to choose the first hammer place. And we'll go around the table.
Hammer.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I
So-
should probably collect my hammers.
Yes, get
Yeah.
them back.
Get those out of there.
Get out of my
I'm
way.
fine
Sorry,
with
sorry.
I'm fine with your hammers being there if you don't get the points for it.
So
Yeah.
you mean
Fair,
I'm
fair.
choosing turn sequence? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, so you're going to drop your red hammer on turn sequence and then it'll
Gotcha.
go clockwise from there.
Okay.
And you'll get whatever resources there immediately.
All right. Well,
Where should the hammers go? Kind of
The
on the
the hammers
bottom.
can sit on your
Oops,
board
that is
or they
not
can
what
be
I
in the
want.
bottom.
Okay.
that was the pen tool.
In your hand.
That is not what I want.
Hold the hammers. As a constant reminder.
How do I hold all these hammers?
You can't. You can't. Can't
You
be
have to
done.
upgrade to
go.
extra hands.
It can't be done.
When I got the prototype built, I made the hammers just a bit too big. So.
Oh, really?
Like little gavels.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Trying to.
They're a fun little piece. I thought they'd be fragile, but they're actually quite.
Do you want me to? Oh, you
Fifteen.
got it. Nice.
So and then we're doing
Lava.
clockwise from here, or
So now blue gets to choose your turn or turn
Okay.
sequence.
Okay. I think I'll go. Hold on. Let me just check something.
Do not cheat.
You'll probably want to rotate it 15 degrees to get it to.
I know. I'm gonna go second, and I
You
will
Son of a gun.
need to adjust my. Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
what
Wes.
I was gonna do.
Yeah.
So instead of that, I'm gonna take
Yes,
This
you screwed him already.
last-
frickin'. Is that purple?
That's
Yeah.
a gem.
Yeah, purple's a gem. So now we have turn order sequence.
Badoosh.
Means Sasha is the first to go.
yes.
And
You
so
guys-
I didn't go fully into how a round works, but if you guys are familiar with worker placement games, each round you place one of your assistants or blacksmith until everybody runs out. So if we just take
Mhm.
turns going around until we run out of people to place.
Okay.
Oakley,
And then
Oakley.
when does the forge action happen?
The forge action happens at the end of the round in turn order sequence.
Oh, okay.
I love watching Evan on the video. He's always got half his head. He's just like this.
Can you see my?
He's got Evan pinned just to see that.
Let's
I probably
go
look
ahead.
and do stupid things and don't even know because I'm watching the game.
I know me too. So we're just waiting on Sasha.
Yeah, and so again, oh, this is my feet.
That's your blacksmith. Yeah, you start with.
So this is top of the deck or discard pile.
Yeah.
How do things just enter the discard pile if it's empty? That's the only way that they enter the discard pile.
Oh, Sasha, or these two cards get discarded if you're not keeping them.
Oh yeah, oops. Those go into the discard. Got it.
Yeah.
Some kind of cheater.
So if I discard last, then I can pick them up.
What's that?
If I discard those after everyone else discarded them, then I can now get them. Right?
Yeah, if you choose to go here with your regular assistant, you can draw a card from the top or the
Got it.
discard pile. If you use your blacksmith, you can draw 2 cards.
I think the question I might, well, I'll just ask my question because I don't want to put words in Sasha's mouth. But my question was, how do we choose who discards the last card to make sure it goes to the top of the deck? Are these shuffled after
Don't
everybody
I
discards?
don't cheat.
I see. I guess we would do it in turn order.
Mhm.
That's a good thing. An addendum to the rule book. I'll have to add.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
because obviously if I
It
like
matters
pull my
what's on
cards,
top.
discarding last, I can
discard
Yeah.
piles matter. That's
It
right.
Well,
matters what's
Sasha and
on
I
top.
were already
Yeah.
gaming the game.
yeah.
Do not cheat.
Well, I guess
I have no idea what I want to do. I shouldn't have been going second even.
Should have let me
and
act.
can I like look at what's under this? Because if I place my
Yeah, the
blacksmith down,
discard
I
pile,
get take 2.
discard piles are public knowledge, but you can only grab
Got
the
it.
top if you're grabbing one card.
Son of
Got
the
it.
gun.
Yeah, I just wanted
Do
to.
I get to go first if Sasha takes too long?
yeah,
Such as
that's how it works.
His assistant's going to quit after 30 seconds.
Yeah, I guess I think I'm just going to do an assistant here and take the clock gears, which then this flips a new one.
You got it, yeah. And then we go off to Jack's turn then, because he's the second hammer.
Oh, that's right. I was going to go.
Okay.
Run
I already
home,
screwed it
Jack.
up.
Run home, Jack.
I'm
Jack's
gonna
dropping
grab 4
some
wood.
wood.
Yes.
Alright. So then we
Oh,
go over
Jack.
to Trevor.
Jack with the wood.
Jack's got wood.
Can I ask a question about my card? You can see it, right?
Yep.
What is that?
Utensils.
What is that?
What's a utensil?
Yeah, like where do I get these from?
The
The
resources
upgrade.
the star, you start with 1 star, so you don't have to do anything special to build that other than have a medal.
But where are the utensils? What are the? Is it these things?
Utensils is just a description of the art of what you're making.
Oh, that's not something I need. That's what I'm making.
That's
Oh,
You're
okay.
forging some fancy utensils for the royalty to eat.
I see now. Okay, sorry. I thought that was a requirement.
No. So the only
and I'm like,
requirement
I don't
is-
see those anymore.
Must have utensils.
Is there a maximum number of contracts you can have at a time?
No contract maximum. Nope.
Got it.
So if I want
Nice.
to make this card, essentially that is a forge action, correct?
Yep. And you're going to get
Okay.
one of those at the end of the round, and you could use your blacksmiths to do it as well. But
Gotcha.
it's
Okay.
early
Now,
in the
is
game,
there-
it's not likely to forge twice in a round.
Is there anything else I'm forging?
If you acquire more contract cards.
It's always just going to be contract cards that I'm forging.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other thing you would use resources for is to upgrade your forge. And those resources are shown next to the token.
How
Right.
do you get more workers?
You're automatically going to get a second one on round 2, or your third one on round 2, and your fourth one on round 3. So they're going to automatically.
Oh, okay.
That's something I took out of the game because it seemed almost mandatory to need, and it just seemed to waste time.
Nice.
But didn't want to start with all 4 of them early because you kind of grow your team.
Yeah,
I-
that is nice to have in a worker placement game where you want to do everything.
Yeah.
You don't feel like, oh man, I have to do this, but I don't really want to do this. It's
Yeah.
nice.
I think, well, actually, let me read this one first. Assistant, gain 1 gold, 1 gold,
So that one, once that guy's trained, for the rest of the game, that assistant can be exhausted to get all 4 of those resources.
Pretty good.
Let's put him here then.
That swindler, and it's worth a point. Yeah.
So everything but Jim.
Pretty good. And then we just flip up a new one. Is that correct?
Yeah, flip a new one for the discard, and you get that point immediately.
I'm
Interesting.
winning.
Nice.
It
Trevor's
will be
in
the only
first.
time in the game. Where's my
I-
thing? Oh,
I gave you your point right here.
Jack, or sorry, Evan.
oh, okay. We're
Yes.
doing it on there. I want to see it on the track.
Now
Yeah,
this
you're on
says
track.
at
We can
end
do
of
both. We can do
BP
both.
BP at end of game. Is that just a miss thing?
That-
Like you didn't update it?
There. Now I'm happy.
Right, yeah. The active score track is new to the game. So if
Okay,
you see anything
okay,
that says end
okay.
of game,
Okay, so that would just be when you score. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Well.
All you losers out there.
Loser. I'm gonna sell my
Great.
gem.
selling your gem.
Cinco.
Do a
Then
second action there if you wish.
I'm gonna send that right back, and I'm gonna buy a wood.
Okay.
Now, do I have? Sorry, Wes. When I put this down, did I have to put it next to him, or could I put it next to him?
It has to go next to the assistant that went there.
Okay.
Unless your blacksmith went there, then you can train somebody who's sitting there.
Yes, you did say that. Thank you.
All right, Sasha, back to you.
Okay, well, I'll take the more options spot and take this.
Nice. More options. I like
More
it.
options.
All right, so we're back to Jack.
Sweet. I am going to get some metal.
He's getting the resources early. Sneaky.
Yeah.
Son of
Off to
gun.
Trevor.
Where is the mountains?
Where he
There's
Ow.
mountains. That's the mountains. I should have done that a different way. Okay. I'm just all about the training.
Draw 2 from the top of the blue.
pick one and discard
What
one.
is my dog doing? Oh, there's someone at the front door. We get loud for a second. Sorry.
Did you mean to go to the development section, Trevor?
Hold on a sec.
You
Oh,
develop-
did I draw the wrong thing? I drew the wrong thing. I didn't read them yet, though. My dog is going ballistic. Sorry.
I've got 2 dogs. I know what that's like.
I knew a guy
That's
named
what
Two
I
Dogs.
wanted.
Do you?
I did know a guy named Two Dogs.
Wow. Okay.
Growing up in my
But
in
by
my
the way,
small hometown.
Negotiator's a pretty potent guy.
So, Trevor, once you're done with this, I think your contract should be visible for us.
Yes.
It's in your hand currently.
Yeah, it is public knowledge. Yeah.
What a whiner.
Sometimes he's got to cheat. He's got to cheat, y'all.
I have to take away the blind hands because, again, public knowledge is new just to make it easier.
Yeah.
They would go underneath your player board here until you forge it.
Not forge it.
So I had to erase my name and rewrite my name to the
Equipment.
left.
Where's equipment? There's equipment. Okay, so equipment gets me there. Okay. Either action. All right. I think I will pick this one. That one
Excellent.
goes away.
Cheater. That's a good choice, sir. Good choice.
And then you discard
And
the other
then this one goes away. That
Covering up
goes on there.
the one I wanted. Ooh, maybe I want this
You may want that one.
one. Either action. Equipment.
Yes.
Okay.
Off to
I don't
Evan.
I don't think I need this. And I need I will. Here.
Make that wagon. Make all of your
I
future
make
travels more
5
wagon.
points.
Wow.
And I
What a
spend
cheater.
What did he do?
6. So I can just delete these. Right?
Yeah, he built his wagon.
Oh,
he
yeah.
went to
I'm
his-
not
He
promoted.
went to equipment.
Evan, I give you your 5
He
points on the
equipped
little.
his mint.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Okay, my turn. Let's get going.
Let's get physical.
Down on the contracts.
So I can
Physical.
get one from the discard, see what gets flipped up, and then take another one? Or
Yep, yep.
Okay. So the one gets flipped up.
Physical.
Ooh.
Is this one when you get your
I'll take
oven?
this one too.
Is that every turn?
Nice. Yeah.
When
that's
you
a good
upgrade
one.
your forge, if you ever use your blacksmith to forge, you can forge 2 cards instead of 1. Plus you get
Every
a skill-
turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus you get a skill star and it's worth 8 points. So it's got
Right.
some benefits there.
Okay.
All right, Sasha's done. Off to Jack.
Okay. I'm gonna place my Oh, whoops! I think
Oh, I
messed
lied.
up. I
I
moved
lied.
a
I'm gonna
worker.
put my guy here just to
So
These guys are used already. Right?
obviously.
Yeah.
yes, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna put my blacksmith here on equipment, and I am gonna complete my calipers, and that'll cost me metal and 2 gold.
Yep.
Calipers.
Get those
Okay.
tongs. Upgrade those tongs. All right.
Nice.
Oopsie.
Whoa, watch where you put
Trevor
that
there.
anvil.
Trevor
Yeah, you would
placing.
think I would know what I'd want to do by now. But I
Clang!
swear the whole house sounds like
And
it's falling
then
apart.
I
Everybody's
immediately get 2 points.
Yes, you do.
Sweet.
yelling. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Although I was supposed to take a point, wasn't I?
For which one?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
You got it.
Yeah.
Oops. We'll just nudge right up there next to Jack. What does that one say? No.
The blacksmith power. Super worker.
Super worker. What are you doing down there?
I'm looking to these piles.
He's looking at my screen. He's looking at my screen. Cheating. Even though it's all public knowledge. You're looking at what I'm looking at. You can tell what I'm interested in.
And should this one have one up?
Yes, sir.
Can't wait, man.
I think I will take. Oh, I can't.
That
There's
is
only
cool. You
2
can upload it.
options, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I locked it down.
Sasha
Lock it.
wants the city comments. He
Lock
uses
it
that part.
down
Yeah, I'm a man of the people.
for the
I'm
people.
gonna build
In
by
case
the
you're wondering,
doors
the,
and stuff.
By the
art-
people.
The art for the board and the forge are also final art that was commissioned by a talented guy overseas.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
It is really nice
nice.
art.
Yeah.
That was already on my feedback. Thanks for ruining that, Wes.
Oh.
Yeah, the city looks good.
The city looks fine. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking and play a turn. I don't know what to do.
Don't know
really
what
need
to
that.
do. Don't do.
I don't need that.
Getting resources is never a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't feel like a waste.
the only thing the gems are really good for is getting money, right?
The purple contracts often require gems. If you look at the chandelier, that
8 or 6 of that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll gem it up.
that's worth 18 gold and 11 points.
How many people do I have up?
Off to
Oh, these guys aren't here. Okay.
We only have 2 workers.
I thought we
Yeah,
started
man.
with 4
It's just
and
your
blacksmith.
Yeah,
I see.
man.
I've been duped.
I mean, it was pretty easy.
Shut up.
you could. Oh yeah, you can't train a worker because you only have 2.
Let's do some.
I have been duped.
I was duped.
Sasha, did you put your Trevor, did you put your blacksmith somewhere?
No, I'm just realizing that's the only guy I have left to move.
Oh, okay.
And so now I'm realizing I should probably use that.
Oh wait,
Amazing how that goes.
wait, Trevor, did you go?
not yet. He's in the
Okay,
process.
I was like, how come I have the?
Is he serious? He's serious. Yeah, okay. I'll get some. I'll also go for some wood.
4 wood, huh?
4
wood.
Okay.
Now it's Evan's.
Actually,
Now-
that's this one.
Oh,
That's
oh.
always weird.
Oh.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. All right.
No takesy backsies.
Okay.
Remember, if you do click 1 wood and hold the left button and then right click, you can get.
What's
more
happening with that
resources.
anvil? Okay, so it is my turn. Okay.
I've never done that before. Look at that.
Now, at
Did
the
you press R on the anvil?
I was messing with it.
At the
Okay.
end of this round, it would have been smart for me to set myself up to forge my item.
in the first round, not many people forged their item, but in future rounds, it is good to try to get.
I could have done it, but I was a dumb head.
Yes.
But
You're just a rookie blacksmith. You're learning the way.
No, I'm a dumb head.
Okay.
You barely have any assistants, so
Right? Can't get good help around here anymore.
yeah.
I'm gonna take
Metal head. Axe head. Is that
dumb
the name of
head.
the axe crack or axe head?
Axe crack. I'm gonna take 4 metal.
3. You only get what's uncovered plus.
Oh, check my
wait,
board,
you
baby.
got that wagon. You got
Check
that
my
wagon.
board, baby.
Right.
Ooh.
Set up for success. All right. So everybody has gone. So now we're going to enter
Nice.
the forge round, and the first
Sweet.
one to get. So Sasha, if you can forge, you can forge one item.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
So
Oh
if
yeah,
you-
I
if you
cannot
want
forge
to, you can-
anything.
You can forge a single item.
It's
if
forge
you-
time.
I could,
Forge
but
time.
my star level. Wait, which one? I could this one, but my forge level isn't 2, right? My
Correct. Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
good enough.
So you're going to pass.
You're just not
Yeah.
good enough.
Not good.
So then, Jack, if you can forge something, now's your chance.
Sweet, I can. So can I
Jack,
just
you-
delete these, Wes?
You can. Infinite bags are wonderful.
Okay, sweet. So I can't because of
Yeah,
permissions.
you
yeah.
gotta promote us.
I thought I upgraded you. There you go. Gone.
Oh, okay.
He
Oh, no.
didn't get upgraded.
I did.
Well,
No.
let me
That
promote
was
you.
only me.
You have
And
been
me.
promoted.
Okay, sweet. So let's
So
see,
Jack has
that was-
single-handedly armed the entire medieval town with pitchforks. So
Yeah.
you wear
I mean,
Uh,
I was reading it kind of with like
Yeah,
a Tennessee thing,
nice.
like, oh, I'm gonna make me a
Ooh.
pitchforks.
Wow.
you immediately get
Um,
7 gold and 6 points.
like
Okay.
cheating.
Nice.
And a
Or-
wood shaft.
The shaft of wood.
I mean,
I get 7 gold and 6, right?
7 gold and 6 points. Yeah.
Sweet.
Ouchie.
Okay, nice.
Trevor, if you can forge, now's your chance.
I would like to forge.
you guys are
Making some utensils for the royalty.
Yeah,
Tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
they're really special. They're made of aluminum.
Cost you
Mhm.
1 metal.
I believe it's aluminium.
No.
But you do get 3 points and a coin. And then
Jack,
Evan,
I also marked you here.
3
Seven, maybe
points.
six.
You did what?
I also marked you in the.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, should be 9.
Oh, you're
Alright.
at 9 now. Oh god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I got 2 for the calipers.
And then
Now
you got
everybody
6
can
here.
Yes, and oh wait. Yeah, maybe I should be 8. Just bad math.
Everybody
Oh, I
can
was
retrieve
7
your-
gold.
Yeah.
Retrieve your assistants in your blacksmith and take
Mhm.
one of your assistants from the top of your board and put it onto your player.
Oh,
Holy cannoli.
oh,
3 assistants in a blacksmith this round.
Sweet.
They do
oh.
auto rotate for you, for those of you that are upside down.
Okay.
Nice.
And then we're going to choose hammer order, and Evan
Okay.
gets the pleasure of going first. and we'll go back to-
Yeah.
and Evan
Where
cannot
can we-
choose fourth position.
Oh,
Yeah.
there. I see.
Ah, yeah. I shall choose. I. Number.
I would call him number 2.
Number. I think.
You want a piece of metal?
Yeah, one another piece.
All right, so then we go to red. Trevor, you get to pick second hammer placement. You can go anywhere.
Why does it go to red?
It goes back in backward sequence from the turn order that it was in.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Come on, Jack.
You went first. You're the last to pick.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, man.
Nice. All right. I got-
Holy
I got it.
crap. I mean, holy smokes. You need 6 gems for that thing.
That's
Oh
why it's
my.
worth so many.
Yeah. It's a tough one.
I'll spend my whole
5 skill
and you
too.
need 5 stars. Oh
Yeah.
my. That's not that's out of my that's
But
pricey.
it's
Mhm.
worth
Lots of people
a
play it,
ton.
It's
Mhm.
worth a ton.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm
Okay.
losing.
I'm just gonna go for
I've already lost.
For some.
You're not
Very
placing
well.
an
This is
assistant.
turn order
Yeah,
right
that's what
now.
he's
Oh,
doing.
got
He's
it.
taking
Do
it
that.
down, and then we're
I'll be
off
right back.
to blue.
Okay,
it.
I will take the brick.
That leaves Sasha going first with a piece of wood.
What I want to do.
I don't like choosing my turn order anyways.
You don't like the anvil on your board?
What if I want to forge?
That's true. You might want.
Okay.
Now you. Oh yeah. So this assistant, it's not really a unique power because that. just
Yeah,
helps-
it just is like a passive.
Yeah, passive ability. Yeah. Your little traveler.
Well, I guess I need to get a star somehow.
Yeah.
One of the ones on my board.
Everybody's gonna get a star at the beginning of next round when you get your 4th assistant, and then the other ways you get stars
Oh,
are your
okay.
Uh-huh.
Beginning of next round that we get it. Got it.
You
Okay.
can
Oh, right
come
there.
automatic next round.
Okay.
It's like a freebie. It's like millennial. Everybody gets a prize.
Mm.
Nice.
Everybody gets one.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Mhm.
Right
If you're using your blacksmith for this, are you getting 2 cards?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's how I have so many contracts.
Right.
Oh,
Because you cheat.
Exactly.
Yeah, we got dirty cheater.
He's going for some development, and whichever one you pick goes into play immediately.
nice.
Okay,
Then it will go to Evan's turn.
it's my turn.
I
I'm gonna.
will gain a
Oh,
skill.
And that'll go here.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna
3
train.
star for you, plus another guild color I can see.
Oh, I was supposed to take my gem, wasn't I?
Yes,
In
you
my
were.
hammer.
Important.
Yes.
This is the exhaust place contract for your hand under
Evan's
this.
going to train somebody. You can get an accountant or a logger.
Just
Some
leaving
officer
gems
profession.
lying around. I don't need that gem. It's fine.
Ooh.
Yeah.
My assistant is a logger, obviously.
He's going to get some bonus wood. All right, we're going to Jack for next turn.
Interesting. So this is now covered.
Yep.
Is there a
That's kind of
way,
Jack's in that regard.
if I place, can you look too deep in the discard? You can't, can you?
Nope. The only way you can do discard is a single card.
Interesting.
Unless it's for contracts with the.
Did I cover up what you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Let's see.
Oh, you probably should have gone second.
Probably. I probably should have. Okay, well in that case I am going to
You could always take a risk. Just
Don't.
do it.
Don't.
yeah,
And just there's
could.
2 more right
Don't.
there. Boom. Or cover this one and be a dick.
Oh, interesting. You know, I may take
I see the two.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the whoops.
The anvil. That's what I'm
Take the
I'm gonna take this development card from the discard. So I place this guy here and I can take this.
Yep. Goes right
Okay.
into play, and you get to choose one of those to upgrade immediately.
Sweet. Take the chisel
Mhm.
for a point.
Good point.
You might place either your chisel or tongs.
Now you've revealed the coin press again.
Nice.
What's Trevor gonna do?
Does not apply
What
to
you
trading
gonna do?
posts. So it just means when you're
Yeah, you don't
No.
get any extra money at the trading post, but everywhere else you get a 1 gold discount. So anything you upgrade, any contract or any, that's
Okay.
really the only thing you spend gold on. So I might have to reword that.
Okay. I think I'm gonna put him over there.
2 contract cards. Draw from the
I
top.
can take. Can I take the one that's down as well?
Yep.
If I want to.
And if you take that one, then it will get replaced, and you'll get
immediately,
yeah.
then let's do that because that's probably what I want
Lots
to
of
do.
shovels.
Oh my. And then I need that guy.
Shovels.
Sorry, what did my other one say? Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna
I love
draw
these.
one off of here instead.
I know, they're so cool.
Secure with screw.
Right, your turn, Sasha.
Okay, let's do.
Oh, that was not as good as I like.
It didn't pay off. You got some city song.
Well, it's not bad. It's just not what I was looking for.
Yeah, secure with screw. My pitchfork is falling apart exactly for that reason.
Is it?
Yeah, the screw is gone. But
Oh,
instead of
screw.
replace it or buy a new pitchfork, I just use it that way.
Fasten to building.
I tried to put text on every card, but some of them I was like, what do I write on?
Yeah.
Whoa. Come on now. My turn?
Yeah, so that you are. No, it's
Sasha
your
got
turn.
some medal, so yeah, it's off to Evan.
He is
Pretty metal.
Pretty metal.
pretty metal.
So
Walking down.
Oh.
Pretty metal.
it ain't so.
All right. I'm
Evan's
gonna
going to the forest with his
gonna-
lumber.
gonna get
yeah,
myself 6 wood.
Crap ton of wood.
he loves the woods.
I mean,
You don't get 6 wood, Evan. You have a wagon.
oh, I get 7 wood.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
Off to
Okay.
you, Trevor.
ridiculous.
Sorry, no, Jack.
What does his wagon
Yeah.
do? For
Okay.
him?
So
I mean, you
I-
have one too.
This one, not the wheelbarrow, the upgraded wagon.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and
the wagon. Gain 1 wood in the forest, gain 1 metal in the mountain. Okay. And because he went
So he got
there.
4, but because he's a logger, he got 2 extra, and because he has a wagon, he got 1 more. So
Oh, he's a
all-
logger too.
I'm also known as a
Well,
master woodsman.
I'm gonna go
Just-
ahead and place this guy right here
Equip.
to finish my hammer upgrade.
Ooh.
That'll cost me 3 and both my resources here. So
Yipper.
So you forged? Or what did you do?
He upgraded his hammer in his forge, so he gets 3 points.
Oh, he
out of it.
upgraded. Okay, gotcha.
Anytime he makes weapon or armor, he gets discounted by a minute.
Ah, and that's special.
But not special.
Hmm.
3
Trevor has no
points.
blacksmith, so it must be an assistant. Please.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this guy.
Use your special swindler.
Yes.
Gold, wood, metal, and brick. Nice.
1 gold.
That'll bring us back to Sasha.
1 wood.
Okay. I think I want to do some more training. Gotta train.
You top the deck or discard pile?
I think I'm going off the top of the deck. That's 1 point,
Yes.
or okay, got it.
Oh, I don't think
no,
I gained my.
That one is special points. If you look at the text, it's worth 2 points per contract.
Got it. Interesting.
Oh, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
I didn't gain my little 1 pointer. Yuck.
Yeah, and any of them that say end of the game is now immediately because scoring is now immediate.
Yeah. But this one obviously is actually, or it's just when you put a contract there, you get 2.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
5 100. No secret points.
Even better.
That was silly. That was silly.
Is gold worth anything at the end of the game?
Yes, 5 gold
Yep.
is 1.
Oh, okay. And
Five
each
gold.
gem is 1.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Other resources
Oh.
are worthless.
Okay.
MS.
So Sasha's picking a
I think
dude.
I'm gonna take this.
He's chosen
Okay.
a spelunker. Ah, that one's a pretty good one. Nice choice. So now we're
Interesting.
off to Evan. Evan, the
What we
mighty
got
military.
here? Military.
That's pretty cool.
That's similar to a traveler, but for the military rather than common.
And I'm pretty sure that I'm.
If you're wondering about the art on those cards, there's a lot of controversy about Midjourney, but every piece of art on the training cards and the development cards is from Midjourney, the
Really?
AI generator. Yeah.
Wow,
cool.
that's interesting.
I did not hand draw those.
Right. I do feel like that's a boon to
What's
game
mid-
designers.
What's Midjourney?
It's an artificial art generating.
Oh yeah.
For
You haven't
prototyping,
reached that yet, eh?
for prototyping at least. I think it's
My prototypes
Yeah.
look like
Technically, you
garbage.
can
I
use it
don't.
for commercial
You're at
purposes if you don't make more than $1 million.
Oh.
yeah, but it's still nice to have an artist. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Like
So what happens if your Kickstarter reaches $1,001,001?
I better hire somebody to do the art.
Yeah, but you don't know ahead of time.
This is true, but it hasn't been produced yet.
Is it Evan? Is it still your
It's,
turn or is it my turn?
It's
Jack.
your turn. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Evan hired a soldier.
I did.
That's why you need to drop the anvil right in the front, in the middle of their board, so that they know.
It needs the sound.
It's like I need the clank.
Yeah.
I need that script.
Yeah. Clang.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to place my blacksmith right about
Now, old soul brother.
yeah, I'm going to place him here.
Check it
And
out
I'm
now.
going to take that coin press.
And then we
So you got
immediately
fresh one.
Yep.
fresh
What's that?
out of
Flip over,
Yeah.
And then we're off to
oh,
Trevor.
thanks.
Now the Fullers. You know what a Fuller's is?
No.
It's the thing that you go up and down and it blows air, but it's a massive version.
Oh. I thought that was called a bellows.
It's a oh no, yeah, you're right, Bellows.
Yeah, I was
Fullers
like, it's
is,
used to make grooves in metal. Fullers can crease,
I-
fold,
I
and
just wrote
stretch
it down
metal
there,
to
you're
create a variety of objects.
Thank you, Evan, for reading the text.
Yep, not a problem.
For the wrong.
Okay, so I have to use this guy next, right? Or can I use this guy?
You can use your assistants in any order.
Okay.
Yep. This guy has this power. That's all.
Okay. So
And you can use your black. Oh, you already did use your black.
Whoa, Jack,
I
how are you
got
gaining so
that.
many
I
points?
got that.
Don't like
I
it.
got that. I need.
Well,
Points are overrated.
That.
Jack did a lot of forge upgrades. He's working on his forge before he does anything fancy.
Don't like.
He also made a pitchfork.
I did make a pitchfork. Yeah, people know about it.
He's got a reputation. All the people with pitchforks know it was from Jack.
Is that Jack's pitchfork? He put the screw in the right place, even.
Pitchforks by Jack.
Welcome
All right,
everyone
on to
to
you, Sasha. You've got
Pitchforks by Jack.
Okay. Last assistant.
I keep forgetting what my goal is.
So this
here.
assistant can't get a training card because it already has a training card, right?
correct. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and
It would have made like if you were worried about that, it might have made more sense to use that assistant.
yeah, I like didn't think about it when I was placing it. I should have placed this one. I should always place this one first, just because this doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
and it can't get a training card.
If your other players are good with it, you can say you did that, but you'd have to ask.
Methinks Jack is trying to upgrade his bottom row.
Who's cheating?
No.
No, this was here the
No.
whole time.
No, it's not. It's not.
I don't even think I want to do that. It's more of a question.
Alright.
Let's see.
I'm okay with cheating, whoever was asking.
Let's.
We're all winners here.
Cheaters.
That's right.
I'm a developer. Developers. I'm gonna draw 2 development cards.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
Man, I play one of them.
Sasha, you are a card collector.
Is
Cards are good.
he
Get
likes
card.
his guides.
Whoa.
What do you got over there anyway?
Who's moving
Gain
my
one
junk around?
skill. Uh-huh.
That's your training section. You can't have your contracts and your training.
Well,
section.
there it is, my friend. So I'm gonna stop acting because I need a guy to do a thing with the thing.
Don't forget about the thing.
Sasha deciding between a trip hammer and some timing clocks. What's he gonna pick?
I think I'm gonna do
Ooh.
Trip Hammer.
I just love the sound of that.
So
Trip
then it
hammer.
goes over to
Yeah.
clang.
Released under the fall of gravity. Oh, interesting. I really like the stuff that I learn when I play this game,
The
Wes.
flavor. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's so interesting. I mean, as a
Well-
fantasy nerd, I'm
Yeah.
like,
Well-
oh, that's what they're doing.
Well, weren't you also a blacksmith at one time too?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
was
thought
very
so.
bad at it. Just
Yeah.
made pitchforks. So
I thought
I
so.
reached out to a local blacksmith. He works in Calgary and runs his own shop full time. It's his job, and said he's willing to let me bring my game there, take pictures, and learn the game.
Oh, that's
oh
awesome.
really? Oh, that's great.
That's
Um,
awesome.
Let's see. What am I gonna do here? I think. Oh man, what do I want to do? I want to.
Where did Evan end up going? Oh, Evan developed again? No.
No, I skipped.
You what?
I'm gonna
I
do.
skipped.
You skipped. Oh, you
Yeah.
want to save them for something special.
I'm gonna
Got
do.
it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this move and move my blacksmith.
Ah, you're using the plaza, the first plaza user.
Yeah, I'm gonna move my blacksmith here to take 2 gray contracts.
Whoa. Cost you 2 money.
I'll take
You
that
did it.
one,
You dropped it in the bag. I saw it.
and then
Gotta watch him.
A weather vane or
Hmm.
top of the deck.
that's a tough choice.
And then
Ah,
Trevor's got
Joyce.
his- and Trevor's got one dude left. His negotiator, which can basically go anywhere in a
I will
spell.
take the top
Unless there's
deck
a blacksmith.
card.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
when I took those, I should have gotten 2 points. I forgot.
Mm,
1, 2, 3.
I'm not touching anybody's points just so I don't mess it up.
Nice.
I
Okay.
will
And-
do that.
Yeah, just try and do it on both if you want to do it, because I
But I
haven't been
also
keeping
want
track
to
of
do
everyone.
that.
And then we.
There's a discrepancy. in
Oh,
green.
Trevor is still. It's Trevor's turn.
Yeah, Trevor's still. Okay, that's
Oh.
I don't know that this is right, but I'm probably jumping ahead way too far here. But I'm gonna do. Can I still do it? Is it open? Oh yeah, it's open. I will bring this guy over to the equipment, and I will fire up my whatever this is.
Your forge. Upgrade that
Forge.
forge.
How were you making stuff before? I don't
It
know.
is what the game was called, so I figured it might be a good idea.
Worth lots of points. Gives you a skill star.
5,
Fun with that.
6, 7,
I'll delete these for you. Although
8. It's a lot of stuff, but
Yep.
okay. So I get a skill star.
7.
Oh, you upgraded the forge. Nice.
Oh, and I get 7 points. And so that is, where am I? I am here.
Everybody's used everyone.
12.
Except for I skipped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack has. Why does Jack have one?
He used the top one by mistake.
Got it.
Oh, sorry. I
And
keep doing that.
Oh, that's the cost. I don't get 8 coins. Okay, never mind.
How many extra actions did you take last round?
Don't worry.
You know how I went around the board?
After the fourth round,
17 actions.
Sasha gets to forge first in turn order if he wishes to.
Well, Evan, so you just don't do a turn
Yeah,
this round?
yeah,
He wants to use it for forging.
Oh, because it requires. Got it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna forge this for free because that's cool.
You get
Nice.
a discount.
Yeah.
Nice. Yep, you get 3 points and
I
1 gold.
get 5 points because of my traveler.
I
Right.
make clock gears.
That's right.
Okay,
Common
nice.
contract. You're milking it. So then we go off to Evan. You get to forge if you wish.
I will finally forge something. Clang, clang. It cost me my buddy, who will come back eventually. It cost me a wood. Boop, and 4 of these.
And then, yep, so you get 5 points and 6 money.
Nice.
Jack, you gonna forge one of those contracts you drew?
I cannot.
Unfortunately, cannot. And then off
Yep.
to Trevor.
Yeah, I can do one.
Tools or city sound.
I can't do the other one because I don't have the.
You
I don't have the. I don't have the thing. It's
You don't have the
a
balls.
descriptive, Evan would say.
It's making the simple things for the simple folks.
So I get 3 points, and I take 2 gold, or it costs 2 gold. I can't
Take
remember.
the goods. Yep.
Okay.
You have
Nice.
sold your goods.
Tools
Alright.
and utensils.
Oh, yeah.
Then everybody can gather back your people, and now you get your 4th assistant onto your board. The rest
Sweet.
of the game, you've got your full complement of people, which means Jack can't cheat anymore.
Ooh,
Yeah, right.
I gain a skill. I gain a skill.
We get a
Jack,
skill.
This goes where?
I gain a skill.
No, I gain a skill.
No, I gain a skill.
Jack, why do you have so many
Where
workers?
does-
What's going
Actually, I
on?
think I gain your skill.
Why do you have so many workers?
What'd you say?
He doubled them.
How did I do that?
That was me. Just give me
Oh.
a
I was like, I swear, I didn't.
Classic Jack.
And Trevor, you get to drop the first time because you were in the 4th place.
What do I do with this card that I forged? Oh, I keep
Jack,
it.
I'm giving you a skill.
It goes here next to everyone.
Oh, that's where it is. Okay.
You're what?
I'm giving you a skill because you got
Oh.
your 4th worker.
Ooh,
Does it go like that?
nice. Thank you.
Yep, that worked.
I'm
Okay.
not the sharpest pitchforks in the shed.
Since everybody got their
There might be a screw loose on that pitchfork.
get a free skill. So everybody should be at least 2 skills.
Okay.
except for those that got more already.
Fantastic.
And
What do I
Dustiche.
need? I need. What do I have? Okay. What does that do?
The only one you can't pick, Trevor, is the gem. Because you're choosing first, you can't pick last.
What does this mean? Gain 1 skill required for various contracts.
So first sentence, you gain 1 skill, so you gain a star. And then the second sentence, you require the grindstone for some of these contracts.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a period there. Sorry.
Like the chandelier, chandelier.
All right, let's do. I like brick. Let's go brick.
Right?
And I
Jack,
cannot
you get to choose
lie.
next turn order hammer. You can go anywhere you want.
Okay, I think I'm going to. I'm gonna choose the metal.
Hey, question. Is anybody monitoring the chat?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to keep an eye on it.
I knew Jack would be on it. And so
Yeah, my turn. I'm gonna go.
You want more wood? You don't have enough wood already?
We started the game with 2 wood, right?
You started the game with 1 wood and 1 metal.
1 wood, 1 metal. Okay, got it. I just couldn't remember if I took a wood last time.
I do not have enough wood. Thank you very much.
Which means, Sasha, you're last.
Holy!
Holy cannoli.
I'm gonna get to choose my turn order next round.
Yeah.
What is
Sure.
going on?
All right, so everybody has all
okay.
their assistants. Everybody's got their resources.
Yeah.
And Evan gets the big end.
The big end. I'm gonna take
Evan the lumber.
the lumber.
He sees the timing clock. Maybe.
Mm.
Somebody else.
Get more wood.
Definitely
Just stay
need
in the
more
forest.
wood.
This game is all about who has the most wood at the end of the
Yes.
game.
Yeah.
Yes.
This
As
is-
Yep.
yeah.
as it should be.
That's
It
why the
better
game
be.
is. That's why the game is called Wood.
Yeah.
Yes.
You would.
I'll take this one. And let's see what's underneath.
Nothing.
What'd you take? What do you take?
Absolutely nothing.
He took a weather vane, and now we can choose between lances or
I'm just gonna
Ah.
take whatever's on top. Right? Is that the other option?
Yep.
I will BRB.
Okay, I'm going to take this timing clock,
Good timing.
and
It
that's
fits.
gonna drop a hammer for
Uh,
4 guild icons, right?
Oh,
yeah, if you got 4 colors, you got it. Drop that hammer.
Peter.
Oh my.
Oh my.
What? How do you get guild cards again?
On the guild spot.
Where is it? Oh, it's way over there. Okay, gotcha.
Make sure you get your points for that.
5. Yeah.
You
points.
naren't. You naren't gonna do it.
And I gain a skill.
And you gain a skill. All
That's
kinds of
special.
people.
What round is this?
This is round number 3.
3. Okay. One more after this.
What's this black one in the middle? Is that because it's a 5-player game, or is that one a wild where somebody could go twice?
That's the guild.
That's where I think I'm going to take that one off. Originally, I had people
Okay.
stacking in the middle and the
Okay.
colors on the outside, but
Ah.
place it on your color instead.
Okay.
All right. So that was Jack's turn. So now we're off to Trevor.
So just to clarify, if you're on a spot with your guy and then you plaza it up,
Yep.
you can't do mine again.
You can't go to the same place.
Has to be a different location. Yep.
You have to move them.
But
Yeah.
then someone else could go there, right?
2 gems.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was a way to guild twice, but there is not, I guess.
You can't guild twice. There are some cards that get you guild cards. There's a development card and a training card that can get you guild cards. So there's
Okay. I'm not looking at these
limited
cards
alternative
enough.
ways. Sasha currently has 3 guild killers.
Ooh.
Evan has 1.
What? I have 2.
Jack has
Mm,
I have
4.
2.
We have 2 now.
I have 2.
I have
Yeah.
nothing.
No, I haven't built that yet. I only
I
have 1.
Oh, I have 1.
And you have, just the 1.
Hey,
Okay,
Sasha.
and so for dropping that hammer first, what does
Sasha, we're losing.
First person that drops a hammer
I
gets
mean,
5 points.
that's the gold that they
I
get?
get
Or
plus
no,
9 points from my 3.
Points, right?
Okay, I'm losing.
You were losing last time too, and you came back rather
did I?
quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Excellent.
Yes.
I shall do it again.
I still have PTSD about it.
Excellent.
Okay, I am going to. What does this guy do again? Exhaust this assistant to
again.
gain 1 gold, and this assistant visits.
The good thing about that one is you can always do that as your last action so that you're not losing any important spots on the board.
Right. Okay, so these guys have nothing at the moment. I think. Oh, it's the tough call. Do I want that or do I want that? I think I want that.
You build it
Oh, that's not the right place. I want this thing. Where's the thing for that thing?
right over here.
The thing for the thing. Do the
That
stuff
thing.
in the place.
You want the accounting.
The thing.
I want that
stuff
one.
in the place.
Trevor
for
is
the thing.
in accounting. We are off to Sasha.
I'm very excited with my
Awesome.
accounting.
Get to put unbuilt contracts under there.
Let's get some wood.
Oh, wait. I have to exhaust them to put one under there?
Wood.
Do
Nice.
you want to change your mind?
Yes, please. Sorry, I do not want to do that. I'm just going to put them on metal. You guys go ahead.
Okay.
In the
Sasha
mountains.
went wood. You got 5 wood, so then we're back to Evan.
Close to Evan.
So most of those cards, if not all of them, you have to exhaust to make that
I'd say
happen.
Maybe 20% of them have exhaust options, and then other ones just give you perks on where that person goes. But if you find any cards seem like it's the benefit, then definitely let me know.
Just in
I'm
case anybody watching is wondering why I just took a brick. I forgot
gonna
to take
go
it for my hammer again.
here.
Where you go?
Cheater.
Evan's going. Yeah, is that right?
Cheater.
No. We're gonna go here.
Training. Nice.
Bloop,
Top of the deck.
bloop. Atop of the morning.
Speaker or a storyteller?
Let's see. Each time a citizen visits city commons, barracks, or
Yeah,
castle,
we
draw
got
one
story.
extra card and keep one extra. Ooh. That may be exhausted. Guard. Contract from your hand. Earn 10 gold. Seems really good.
Money, money, money.
That is pretty good. It's worth at least 2 victory points.
Ah.
Right.
That seems really good.
Can I do everything I want to do? I don't think so.
I'm gonna.
Darn worker placement.
Turn, unless you're waiting for a training card.
I actually had to use a guy that. I had to use a different guy.
Right. If you,
It's my turn now.
once he's picked his card, yeah. And if you're not doing training
Yeah,
card,
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
3 metal for me.
Each time.
That's Jack's turn, and then we'll be off to Trevor.
Do I want to do that?
Dang. Hard.
Oh shoot.
That's a difficult choice.
Storyteller is up.
Yeah,
God,
I
oh
think-
man.
I think I will do this again.
Wants a couple contracts.
But do I want that? I
What?
think I will
Come
take
on.
that because then I get to see the next one.
Pots and pans. That goes well with utensils.
It does. It really does.
It
Common goods are
I'll take it.
right. Sasha, your turn.
Okay.
A bathtub.
Oh, I could have used a copper bathtub.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
That's
Now,
the
where's
only
the
symbol.
where's the cloth feet?
Oh, that one sits on the
Ooh.
ground.
Oh, triple layer base. No claw foot?
Not back then. Crazy.
Back in the day. You can't use claws for feet. You're a madman.
That's Hissy Fit. That's a different game.
I'll go here. Try to
Get
take
right
one.
into Top of the deck. Thereby
For the
hiding the
Marlin.
storyteller.
Oh wait, I used the wrong one because that one couldn't. Yeah.
Okay. Choice between a trader or a marketer.
Oh, why?
And it's going to be back to Evan.
Oh yeah. Oh
You might want to wait till
sure.
Sasha's done his training. If
Now
you
you
want.
know.
I'm
Boy,
gonna.
Sucky. Why did I do that?
Interesting.
Well, we'll see.
Wait and see.
Man.
Yes.
Does the marketer make sense?
Yeah, that seems pretty good. Like this board is the right. Anything on this board?
Basically, anything in the center 2 row is inside the city wall.
Oh, okay. That was something that I would not have. That makes sense now that you said it, but that wasn't my assumption upon reading it.
I might have to specify the locations on that card.
Mhm.
Center 2 row.
In that case, I'll take the trader.
All right.
Okay.
So that means the marketer
Evan.
goes top
So
of
what's on the
discard.
top of the deck here?
Yeah, and then I also get my 4th symbol.
This marketer here. Oh, yeah. Your fourth symbol, so you get to drop a hammer.
I did. And
I'll get
then
that.
that gives me 3 points.
3 points, yeah.
What is inside the city walls again? I was
So
looking
if you look at
elsewhere.
the game board, the city wall, basically the center 2 rows are within the walls of the city.
Oh, gotcha.
So anytime he goes in those places, he gets 2 gold with that particular.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, for sure. Guys gonna go here. I'll spend
Going to the plaza.
1, 2. I'll move my man here.
Doesn't want the marketer. He wants something better. He wants more choice.
That's fine. I don't need it.
Ooh, and Evan's gonna get to drop a hammer.
Got a promoter.
The assistant
Oh, the
may be
promoter or the
permanently
teacher?
exhausted.
Yeah.
Place a hammer token of your
Teacher's
choice.
not so good for you now.
What?
What?
Seems really good.
You're breaking the rules of the game, Evan.
Take the
Breaking
top card of the training deck to train one of your unused. Name. Yep.
So if it's worth any
I'm
points,
gonna
you
go
want
ahead
points
and
for
drop
training.
eine Hammer.
So he can just do that at the end, right?
He can.
He can just hold off on doing that and then just
And I get a
Longer
point.
games, the
hammer
less
us.
chance
Yep.
he has for points. But yeah.
What a dick.
Oh, did I gain my 2 points?
So
I don't think I gained my 2 points for this.
Better do that.
Yep.
All right, so Jack's turn. Evan has dropped the first hammer for training his assistant. He's
Okay.
got a well-trained force there.
so I get to draw 2 and pick one.
Where
Yes.
are you?
Right here. I just dropped him right here.
Yeah, draw 2 and discard 1. Play the
Should
other.
have been paying more attention.
Okay, draw 2, discard 1,
Draw plates or
and I will get this. Gain a skill.
Ooh, is that a hammer drop?
Yeah,
he's
it's my
got a hammer
first-
drop for his developments. And
Yeah.
you got up to 4 skill now, so he's closing in on that one too.
How do you get a 5th skill?
It has to be through a card, whether it's a development card, an assistant training card, or or a guild card.
Okay.
It's the only way to get
Hmm.
the 5th one.
Oh, and that's points. That's 5 points. 22.
Oh, and I'm way ahead of you,
Way.
by the way.
So that was Jack. So now we're off to Trevor.
All right. That kind of ruins my whole idea.
Oh
No,
no.
no, I just kind of forgot about the importance of hammers. That's all. Just the whole game. That's all right.
It plays the rule.
And what does this do? No, I'll just stick to my. Will I? Yeah, I guess I will. I will take this guy and go to the trading post and
Trading post.
trade this guy in for $5.
Yep.
And I think that is that.
You can buy or sell one other good or pass the turn.
Oh, I can do another.
You can do two trades. So you
Okay.
sold one for 5. You can do one more action there if you wish.
Okay.
Kind of wasting it, I think. Yeah, I'm wasting it. Inefficient. That's
Off
me.
to Sasha.
This reads like a assistant or training card. How do, how do you exhaust this assistant?
Should say exhaust an assistant. So
Oh, got it.
Yep. A place any assistant can go.
To place 3 metal on this card to earn 5 gold. Interesting. So it's a way to turn metal into gold, but it's also worth victory points.
Yep.
Got it. So spend 3 metal to gain 3 victory points and 5 gold. Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's a collection of small metal goods for people to purchase.
Very
I
good.
think
Problem.
I will.
I read good.
I think I'm getting hammered.
Whoever's getting
Sorry.
you're first.
I'll just get. No, I don't want to do that. This copper tub. Is that interesting to me?
Can I get this sword
Hey,
over
Wes.
here somehow, Wes, and kill everybody? Just is that okay?
Wes, does
There's no killing
this?
in this game. One of the few games I've made that doesn't involve killing.
We're peaceful blacksmiths, man.
That's right.
We does my card here, the coin press, apply to the plaza?
Yes, everywhere but the trading post. You got it.
Okay. Cool.
Why is he asking? Where is your
Why am I
coins?
asking?
Um,
I wonder if he's going to go to the plaza.
No.
I think he's thinking of going to the plaza.
No.
No, never.
Oh,
Okay, I'll just get 3
so
gems.
weird. So weird.
One, two.
Sasha, because he's
3
using special
gems?
zoom, so that they're off to-
You got a guy that gives you extra gems?
Got the
Wowza.
spelunker.
Wowza.
He's a spunky guy.
He's a
Sounds,
spelunky guy. Oh
sounds like somebody I'd like to
my.
know. Okay.
He is not.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
Everybody's trained. Evan has to come up with a new strategy.
So if
Not his strong point, just so you know.
oh my god.
If it's any consolation, I didn't have one at all.
Seven. That's it.
Three.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is the
they're-
kind of game that I think I would really enjoy in person, but TTS really bugs me because I can't
Yeah.
see stuff all at once.
Yeah, it's tough.
It to zoom and pan a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
darn TTS.
go ahead and myself. Oh, I can't do the guilds with this guy,
No.
and I can't do the plaza with this guy. Worthless. Oh,
He's riding the wagon.
well, he is.
You can place him at the plaza.
I
No.
have to put the colors there, but each player can only go to the plaza once.
He says I can only do
Oh.
it once.
Oh, that's what that means.
So
Can't double plaza.
I got to put the 4
No
colors there.
double plaza.
But you can go to the trading post as much as you want.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go
The mountain.
3
Yep. Almost one. Off to Jim.
3 metal.
I'm gonna go to the woods. Get some wood.
What is the price? What do you get? Like 20 wood?
You only get 4 wood.
Yeah,
Oh no, that's Evan. That gets
You only
all the
get
wood,
4
right?
wood.
I know it takes all day.
Idiot.
You guys aren't efficient. They're doing it with
okay.
pitchforks.
Lazy.
So,
That's all we
Yeah.
have.
I think I
Lazy.
will. Do I want to do this now? Yeah, I guess I will.
Check. Winning
So
on all
I'm
accounts.
going to gain a skill. I'm going to pay my brick. I'm going to pay my wood and pay 5.
Break.
He has made his
And
grinds.
Ooh,
get
top row.
4.
4 points. Yeah. And back to
Nine.
Sasha.
I own.
Okay.
How did
My
you?
bones.
Where'd you put your worker?
Oh yeah, you have to drop him down here somewhere.
Oh yeah, but it's obvious. Which one will I do? I guess it's probably, I'll do this one for now because I don't know that I want to do the other one just yet.
Before I forget,
Oh, actually, no, you know what? I won't do that one. I'll do this
Right.
guy. And I have to put him over here.
Yeah, or the top if you want to reduce other players' choices.
no, I'm taking it.
Oh,
Oh, right. I didn't see that one.
Sasha jumped on that. so-
Oh, okay. Sasha, you can have that.
I mean, I was just yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's for my action. But for the next person, it might matter.
My final action.
I'm just gonna do my thing for free, get a money and a point.
It actually does matter. I wanted to.
Wait, what are you doing for free?
I don't have to pay the medal. I get a 1 medal reduction.
Get the discount.
Oh,
So it costs 1 medal. Oh, it costs a point. Sorry.
it
I had to
costs
pay
some
a point.
money.
Yeah. So I gave myself money, but I just paid it and then put one.
All
Okay,
right.
that's my turn.
Evan, what's going
Yeah, well, what I wanted to do, I
What can
can't
I do?
do.
What can I do? What can I do?
I could just get a gajillion wood, but I don't really need
No, and selling it's not very lucrative.
selling it is not
Cool.
very lucrative. And I already went to the plaza, so I don't care about any of it. Ugh. So I'll just
The end of the round is coming soon, and everybody will get another free forge action. Don't forget that.
so I'm gonna get. I will do the Hongi top. 2 boards,
So what now?
and it costs me these and a couple of these.
Okay.
Okay. So okay, so I'm gonna spend I'm gonna go to the plaza. And now I just need to spend 1, right?
You have to spend 2 per guy there, including yours. So normally it would cost you 4, so now it costs you 3.
Oh, so I have to spend 3 to do this.
Yes, because
Oh.
first gets the best benefit.
Oh, got it.
Okay, that totally messes me up. Well, well
That's what
played.
that's what I'm deciding. Is it better to have the 2 times
Well,
or should just be 2 per?
yeah. Well played, you guys.
Like
You blocked
2
me.
per
You had
maple
no
symbol or
idea.
something.
but
Well, I
you
think. Well,
definitely-
I'll make a
So
comment.
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do nothing and save this guy for the forge.
Save him for the forge. All right. So we're off to Trevor's last guy is negotiator.
Yeah, it can visit the same location, but
You can pretty much go
not
anywhere.
a blacksmith.
Yeah. So we're
Oh, okay. It can go even where there is a blacksmith. It just can't take the blacksmith spot.
It can go on any assistant location that's covered up.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
I should have used him more wisely then. Let me see. I thought it meant I could not go, like I could go to a place where there was another guy. I didn't realize it could actually
Take the like
take his
location that they were at.
Yeah. I got it now. Okay.
Seems pretty good, especially to be able to save it for the last action. Just like, you can do whatever you want.
Anywhere he wants to go.
Anywhere I want to go. Okay, I want to do that and that, which means I got to do that. Which means, do I have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, let's put them over whatever the lower one is. This is the lower one.
Make somebody
Wait,
off
that's
the
already
bottom.
blocked.
Yeah, not by me.
Oh, can you go on a spot?
I got a special
the
thing.
ghost.
Oh,
do
that
the
seems.
thing
Wait,
with
did
the
you just
thing.
cheat? It seems like you cheated.
It does, doesn't it? That's the beauty of the game.
You can
Deal
wait.
with
You
it
can you do that? What he just did?
With his
because he has an
negotiator.
ability.
Oh,
But only that guy can do it, which
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Are we done?
now
No,
you're
Sasha.
done.
Yeah, he
You
has the final
confuse
action.
everybody at the table.
You're done.
Okay.
All right, Sasha,
So
you
I
want-
have to pay that to make that happen to bring that up there, right?
So I'm just gonna go there too because that seems good. No,
You also have a negotiator?
no, I'm just.
How many people can negotiate at this table?
Come
on now.
Let's go.
Make a deal.
No, you cannot.
Uh, What is this?
Do I have that? Oh yeah. I keep thinking that's I gotta pay for that. I don't pay for that. I get that. So I take a point for that, right?
For which? Your
For
chisel, yeah.
my chisel.
Your chisels.
Whoa, right on your heels, Jack, until you take off with your next hammer.
I think I'm just gonna take a random common card.
You found yourself some wheels. Nice. All right, so we're at the end
Some
of the
new
round.
wheels. Nice.
We're going into the forge.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Evan, you
I
get
love it.
first chance to forge.
I shall forge the thing I can forge.
We'll do the thing with the thing to get.
I'll do the thing and the stuff, my friend.
You don't
Evan-
have the skill.
Evan, you do not have 3
What?
skills.
Oh, you
Oh,
son!
you can't do the thing at all.
You son of the gun!
That is a very complex weather vane. You're not ready for
I
that.
forgot that you
Yeah.
blocked me out of building the thing I want.
There's like
Oh, I
probably
didn't
3
have-
screws
I
in
didn't have
that
the
thing.
thing
It's very
anyway.
complex.
I guess we're going to Jack. to forge
All right,
because
well, I waste another action.
Evan has to opt out.
Okay, I'm gonna
Alright.
make this ballista for
Alright.
3 wood, 2
All
metal.
right,
That is
Here
a
comes
beautiful
hammer, hammer,
You
hammer.
sons of guns.
Don't
Don't
hammer
forget
us,
the
Jack.
iron plank.
What's that?
Pitchfork and ballista. Gee.
I said, don't hammer
Yeah.
us. Don't hammer us.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Jack's
I'm
gonna make
gonna-
that. That means next up is Trevor. If you can forge something, now's your chance.
6 and 7.
So
I don't-
is this any 3 contracts and I get to drop a hammer?
You are gonna drop a hammer if you forge something. You got it.
Holy crap, I'm gonna drop a hammer. Okay. I am gonna forge because I have this forge.
Hey,
for
are
my
we supposed to
forge.
gain these immediately too?
Yeah,
Oh, sweet.
these guys. I can forge twice, yes?
That's only if you forge with your blacksmith.
What? It doesn't say that.
Well, it says if you do the forge action, and you're getting 1 free forge action. I guess maybe my herbology's right.
Oh, that blows me up. Okay, that's okay though. It's just 1 out of 2. That's all right. I'm still gonna drop a
How
hammer.
about instead of doing an extra one, you don't forge it?
No, I would like to actually do something,
All right.
unlike Evan. So
So you
Don't
need 1 skill
complain
to
when you
add
have more than
to
others
everything.
around you.
what's that?
So don't complain when you have more than others around.
What were you saying, Wes? I need what?
No, you're good. You got your skill. You got your chisel. So all you got to do is pay your goods and
2 and 1, and then I get 3 gold and I get 4 points, correct?
yes.
Okay.
And then finally, Sasha, if you can forge something, now's your chance. Trevor's gonna
One thing, Trevor.
Oh, and I drop a hammer, I believe.
Is this point thing accurate? I just wanted to get the discrepancy between these two correct.
Just let me finish this off because I
Okay.
do have
Can I finish?
4 points to there. It's just why is green up there all of a sudden? Where'd blue go? 1, 2, 3, 4, correct? Is that what it was worth? I hate
That
moving
was
around
worth
in
4
TTS.
points, yeah. 3 months.
Okay, and then I get to drop a hammer,
What?
I believe.
Which
What?
is
There.
5.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Do not move my hammer.
Then you get 5 points for that.
And I get, what is this? Oh, just 3 of any. I don't get anything for that.
Sent
I
to the
just
board.
get
You get
points.
yeah points.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you feel me go by?
Woof.
Oh,
Whiz.
yeah, we'll get you up to 59.
I'm
Whiz.
so not gonna win. I gotta take my wins while I can.
I don't know.
All right, so that is
Okay.
the forging round.
Sorry, I didn't forge. I was waiting for Trevor to finish his thing.
Okay, yeah.
So I have to pay 1 metal and 8 wood.
There's a lot of that in games with Trevor, just so you know.
There's a lot of wood, but you made some pretty sturdy doors and earned
Yep.
quite a few points.
Everyone loves doors.
How come
I
the
get
doors don't need
9
screws to fasten them?
You got your 1 metal discount, so that's great. Yep.
9 points.
You get 7 points and 9 money, or did you get extra points?
Oh.
For something?
I get extra points from
Oh,
Oh, that's
building. Yeah. And then 9 money.
Loaded. All right.
Loaded.
Everybody can take your people back. And Sasha's going to get first choice at the hammer.
I want my people back.
And we are
People
now on
back,
round
people back.
4.
Ribs.
People ribs.
People back.
We going fried green tomatoes? Is that what we're doing?
Something like that.
Nobody seen that movie?
Long time ago. Can't remember what happened.
I have seen
They
fried green tomatoes.
boiled up a man, I believe, and ate him as ribs.
I barely remember.
Oh, spoiler before I
Spoiler.
Sounds like House of the Dragon.
Yes, right.
Yeah, none of that happened. None of that happened. To
Or
figure out
Rocky
what's
Horror
the
Picture
movie.
Show. They actually eat meatloaf in that.
Awesome.
Let's
People
go.
passed away last year.
Hmm.
Sasha was going to.
I think I'm ready to go wood.
All
I'll
right.
do that.
Trevor, you get next choice.
I wasn't ready. Sasha, you do
I
quick.
wasn't ready.
Dang you.
And this is where hammers start to drop more frequently, so turn order starts to feel more important.
That's. Ooh, what do I want?
Ooh.
I don't need that. I want.
Oh.
Oh, don't do that.
Oh.
Open me out. I will go. Ooh, which one do I want? I think.
Oh. Oh.
No, I
What is
gotta
happening?
go. I'm gonna go gem.
Last.
Nobody
Okay.
knows. I don't know what Evan's doing over there. It's a family-friendly show.
Oh.
I think it's not
It's-
really family-friendly, is it?
I mean, it's a family. I mean, not anymore,
For
obviously.
my family, it's friendly.
Well,
I don't know about your family.
Not anymore.
Pretty
But make
competitive
sure you get
family.
your resource, and then Sasha
Resource.
gets to go first.
Resource.
Mostly Trevor's potty mouth that keeps it from being family-friendly.
Right.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's start with a good old-fashioned train my tutor.
Train. Nice.
Reagan. You can get a teacher or
Draw
random.
2.
Guild Master. Oh, you found him. Or the Journeyman.
That is pretty interesting. I think I will take this one. Forge 1. To forge 1 order of skill level 1 or 2.
Yes.
That's
Wait,
my
what?
turn.
How, can you explain this? Exhausted to forge 1 order of skill.
So you could forge this card, but
Got
you
it.
still could spend the resources.
Got it. So it is a forge action that a assistant can do, but it can only forge level 1 or level 2 things.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I think that honestly doesn't sound too bad. But the guildmaster being able to find missing. So if I'm affiliated with all guilds, it does nothing.
Then you could put it towards your second set. Is what I would
Okay.
say.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I never considered that condition when I wrote that text.
Let's see. That
Always
is enticing. Yeah, that sounds
You get to drop a hammer, sir.
interesting.
Drop
Yep.
a hammer.
Okay, this. Oh yeah, thanks. Drop a hammer. Get 3 points for that. The training is. Nope, wrong one. This one.
And it is
3
Jack's turn.
points.
My turn. Okay.
And then
I'm
2
gonna build my grindstone, which is gonna move me up the skill track, which is gonna be a hammer.
Fantastic.
Is that also worth 5 points for getting to the end of the skill track?
If you get, and I've got to draw an arrow there. If you get any more skill, you get 5 points for each extra skill.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
clever.
that's
clear.
2, 3,
That way,
5.
getting extra skills through cards later on still serves a purpose.
Okay, so I'll build that. Plus, I get 4 more points for the grindstone itself. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You spent your reasons.
No, I haven't. So I need to pay. Let's see what. Well, I need to pay 4, right, because of my gold thing.
Yep, you get a discount. Yep.
And then I pay a brick in the wood.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Off to Evan. Evan's going for a guild card. You immediately get a coin and a gem. You become part of the Brownsmiths. All those guilds are official guilds from the past, by the way. I didn't make them up.
He immediately gets a what and a what?
The top of the card. He immediately got
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And then we flip over the guild deck. There we go. Now we're off to Trevor.
Get off.
Oh, Sasha screwed me.
Already on the first turn?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Oh, I wanted to train before he did.
Oh, I see.
And that the double trainer card that was out there, I didn't realize he had one to throw away. So I didn't. He didn't really, because it would have been covered anyway. But if I could have got that double trainer, I could have made things happen.
Hammer down.
Could have made things happen. I could have been somebody.
A contender.
Let's see. I think I will come out here and take my. I'll risk it for the biscuit.
Put him over here in the screen.
Oh, yes. Flippy.
A sculptor.
Exhaust this assistant. Discard 2 metal.
Timekeeper's nice early in the game.
Oh yeah.
The assistant may be used before the first player takes his turn. Oh man.
They're both the brown guild, so the guild color doesn't matter. Just whatever ability you want.
The guild color doesn't matter?
Because you have 2 cards that are both the brown guild.
Oh, I see what you mean. I was going to say it will help me though, won't it? I think I'll take that one. Did I actually put my guy out there? Yeah, I did. Okay.
You're up, Sasha.
Yeah. I think I will do development. Yeah. Draw 2.
A couple blues. Maybe Jack next wants to pick this card. Choosing between a pump drill and embellishments. Embellishments gives you a guild symbol and victory points.
Got it.
Okay. Do I wait or place?
I think you can just go. I don't think these will affect you in any way.
I'm gonna build the clamp to drop my 4th hammer.
Yeah.
Good. The game is nearing an end. I think he's pushing the pace here.
3, 4.
Yeah.
It is a strategy. It is certainly a strategy. That'll bring it to Evan's turn.
Okay. And then I also get 4 for the clamp.
Yes.
And I get. Oh, I have to pay 2 metal.
Metal and 3 money, but you get a discount, right? Yeah.
And 3 coins. Yeah.
Coin price is paying off.
Move it down. Star.
7 do it.
Get to do
And brick.
Oh, you built equipment as well. I see.
And a wood. 5 of these. And that gives me.
That will not happen. Darn it.
Then off to Trevor.
Oh
my God. Wow.
You haven't quite doubled me yet, Jack.
What? What'd you say?
I said you haven't quite doubled me yet.
No. Not yet.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
I guess I'll do. No, I don't know that I would do that.
Let's see.
Oh no, I don't have enough money for that. Do I? No, it's 6. Sorry, my bad. Can't do that. This gets me something. Wood, metal, brick.
Gonna do.
Crap. What do I want to do? I want to do that. I want to do that. I really want to do that though. I guess I am going to sell my brick. Hey, where's my? Oh, I'm so stupid. I keep forgetting to take stuff. Oh, that's not mine. It wasn't there this turn. It was a gem I was supposed to take. I think I'm gonna go. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I think that's probably not the best, but I'm gonna go sell my gem.
Gem for
And,
5.
I'm wasting again though.
Getting is hard.
There is no other way to get money, is there?
Just by
Other than by which?
by forging.
Yeah. There's a problem there.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna make the bottom because Jack's gonna drop his. Okay, I'm just gonna take.
So, Wes, when does the game end? How's the end game work?
So when somebody drops their 5th hammer, we finish that round of play.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my training, and I'm gonna take 2.
And your negotiator can't go there because he's already trained. So I guess that's a.
My negotiator can't go.
Can't go there because normally you would train yourself, but he's already trained.
You
the
can't.
other-
You're training whatever you send there, and since this guy's already trained, he can't.
You have to send
Oh.
this guy, Trevor, if you're gonna do any more training.
So then you
So-
couldn't look at the top 2.
Yeah, you'd have to take this.
Okay. Mm,
It's one of those situational.
If you used your blacksmith, you could look at the top 2.
yeah. It's not worth the risk. I really just want to get one more card and hope it's worth
For
something.
that one, you'd have to take the sculptor.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to take this one.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it? Exhaust this assistant and discard 2 metal to earn 2 VP.
Help you get your hammer.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oops.
Last
Sorry,
round.
guys.
You can drop that hammer and earn a couple points there, Trevor.
Red one.
Getting wood.
There.
Yeah, I think I'm getting wood.
Okay.
That should get it.
I am going to
2.
place a worker. Is this the draw off the discard pile icon?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna take this.
You already have 4, so you can't draw anymore.
Oh, you can't?
No, your 4 is the limit for there.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go get some metal.
Cool. Back to you, Evan.
Fine.
Are you gonna finish this turn, Jack?
Yes. And that'll give.
Okay.
So if he forges it at the end of the round, and no one gets to do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Because it's still part of that turn. That's part of where having the cards as public knowledge help you predict the end of the game.
That was not.
Oh,
1, 2,
Trevor
3.
again.
And if he does drop a 5th hammer, we finish the round no matter what, right?
Right. Yeah, if he does it earlier than the end of the round, we still finish the round. So
Okay.
no matter what, this
No
round
matter
should
what.
be. And this was the 5th round, I believe.
Got 3. Let's see.
Fifth round?
We've had 4 workers twice. 2 workers, 3 workers. Well, maybe it is the 4th round.
Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. I want to do that. I want to do that.
Yeah, I think it was the
That
first round. I
seems
think I
like a
only missed
waste.
building once.
Yeah.
I've only missed building for twice. So this is only 2/3 of it failed.
Dang skill requirement, right? That did it last time.
What's that?
It was the skill that did it last
It was
time.
the skill that did.
All right.
Didn't pay attention.
I'm gonna take 1 gold, 1 wood.
Off to you then, Sasha.
Okay.
1.
Since we're getting close to the end here, let's go. Let's develop.
Development. Choice between some bellows and a printing press.
Okay.
As a guild color.
Interesting.
Oh,
I guess the bellows is just better.
gain a skill immediately and 2 points. Yep. And then it will move over to Jack.
I'm gonna forge.
Forging
there you
with the
go.
blacksmith. Triggering it as soon as you can.
Yeah, so I'm gonna forge the helmet. It's gonna cost me 2.
You do have 2 skill and you do have a grind still.
Yeah, and I
Don't
get
do it.
to. Oh, whoops. And then I get to. Let's see, what's that? 4 and 4, and I
4
get
and
to put my 5th hammer.
Yes.
So 4 points becomes 7 points. Yeah.
Yep.
4 back to 353.
Oh, I was supposed to drop a hammer.
And
Oops.
then I get 4 gold. Sweet.
You got your 4th development, so Sasha got a hammer as well. Yep.
What's that?
Oh, I said Sasha got a hammer also.
I just missed getting myself a hammer.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're off
Sweet.
to Evan's turn because we're close to the final.
Yeah. Like it.
Evan with his untrained army of assistants.
So do we go all the way through the forge round, or do we just go?
Yeah, so if you get another contract, you'll have a chance to forge it.
Okay, sweet.
Oh my goodness.
Do you have more forge cards, Jack?
Not currently. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going for some gold, for some gems.
Yeah, it's all I can actually.
For a tough spot, eh? Trevor.
Okay. I think I have to. No, if I do that, I can't do that. Huh. I think I'm hooped. Yeah, I won't be able to. Darn it. So things I could complete. I can't complete my top row. I can't complete my bottom row. I could draw off the deck to see if I get more skill to be able to finish stuff, but and drop a hammer. So that could get me something. And then developments, I would not have enough. I can't upgrade. Guild types. I could, 1, 2, 3, I could potentially get another guild type with that, and I could potentially get, so I could potentially get 2 more hammers, maybe, but that is not going to help me. I need 1 more move. Okay, so I kind of have to press my luck there, and what do I need for that? So the skill's just a draw, essentially.
At this point, yeah, to get that 5th skill.
So the development is pretty much.
You can find skill in guild cards and development cards, and then 1 training card for all those.
Oh, can you find skill in guild cards?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's kind
I
of my
believe there
choice.
are 3 of them within the 21 card deck.
It's kind of my best
from
option,
the
then,
top.
I think. 2 from the top? Okay.
You did it.
Oh,
Ooh, there
Great,
it
Smith.
is. And is it a black? And do I have a black?
I
I
don't see
do
one on
not
it.
have a black, so that's exactly what I needed.
And you also get the coin on the top too.
One whole coin.
One
Don't
whole
spend it
coin.
all in one place.
I will not.
Tough to use that. But you
One
get to drop your
coin.
hammer.
And I get 2 hammers, I think, right? Because I got a skill that puts me up to 5.
You got your 4th color, is that right? 1, 2, 3.
So
Yep. 2 hammers for you.
I get, yes. No, oh yeah, down here.
While he's doing that, I'm doing Plaza to Forge. And I'll forge instruments.
3 and
Costs
2
3
is
wood,
5.
1.
Got 4 skill, yep. You've got chisels, yep. Good. 3 wood and 1 metal with your discount.
And then it's going to be worth 7 points and 5 gold.
Nice.
And then it would go back to Jack.
Sweet. I am going to place my guy at the plaza, and that will cost me. It would normally cost me 4, but it cost me 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1, 2.
Slips out of the forge. He's done building his helmets.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah. He's gonna go try to get more contracts from the military. So I get to draw 2, but then I also get to draw an extra 1 because of my tongs, right?
your advice, yep.
So I can draw 3 and I just need to discard 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be a bit of versatility there.
Nice.
While you do that, it's Evan. Let's go next.
I will
Sweet.
drop a hammer.
Whammo.
5.
By building out to your bottom, or
Oh, yeah, I guess I dropped a hammer because I built my 3rd contract. I keep missing that.
oh, you're using your special power. Trying to figure out where you dropped your hammer, Evan. I got it.
Oh yeah.
Make it set. Trevor, your turn.
Evan, Jack's about to lap you.
Yeah. It's not a surprise.
I have a feeling I'm going to hear about that in the feedback.
I think we might.
From
Jack,
Jack,
he's
from
here.
Jack or from Evan?
Yeah.
I love that I got to lap Evan.
Mhm.
You're not there yet, are you?
You're not quite there.
You're not quite there.
It's not gonna happen.
You're close. You are close.
I think you should just do it. I think you
Trevor,
should
did
just.
you point your guy already?
I've got
thanks.
one more guy. And I'm not sure what to do with him. I can't really finish anything else because I can't finish the top or the bottom with one guy. And I mean, I can't finish developments. So really the only thing, probably the best thing to do is to try and draw and get another.
You can either go for another guild, or you can't go on guild again.
Oh, that's right. Oh, then I'm kind of hooped, right?
You can go for a gem, or you can sell some goods to try to get some extra.
What is a gem worth at the end? Is that worth
It's
one?
worth a point, and every 5 coins is worth a point.
So it's the same thing, kind of.
Or if you draw a development card that's worth 3 points, that's another option you can do.
Yeah, that's probably my best bet. Because I don't think, well, sorry, I didn't look at what I can forge either.
Development's been taken.
Yeah, but I got
You can
my
go wherever.
guy.
I got the freedom of choice.
2, 1. Okay, so I'll be able to forge that guy, but unfortunately he's a white guild, and I already have that. It'll still be worth something, I think. But if I'm reading that right, this guild still counts at the end as a point, right?
Not the ones that you have not forged.
No, but if I forge it.
Oh, if you forge it, it does.
Yeah. Okay. What would you say, Wes, is my best option here? Because I don't want to take
Probably just grabbing a gem because I don't know.
a develop.
I think a development card, because I mean,
Well,
if you get
yeah, that's right, because you have a negotiator. So development card will probably.
That's what I was thinking. I just didn't want to sit here and
'cause-
think about it forever.
if you get a guild symbol that you don't have, that's already going to be pretty good.
Yeah, because there's guilds on developments, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I draw 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is down?
You can't choose from this card for that one.
Any unforged contracts you have in your hand at the end of the game. Okay. I will just take the top 2 then.
Okay. White, you already have, unfortunately.
Or you can just get 2 points.
Oh yeah, 2 points.
Equipment and tooling requires 1 less. Yeah, that's beginning of the round. That doesn't matter. So just the 2 points. And where do the guild cards go?
They go right here.
Oh, that's
the
a development card.
I don't know if there's a specific spot for the guild cards.
Do they just kind of go anywhere, Wes?
Yeah, on the bottom of the forge is where you put it.
Okay.
All right, then we go to the final 3 forge action, starting with Sasha. Get to forge 1 item.
Did you get your 2 points, Trevor? I just.
Oh no, I did not.
I just did it for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna forge my wheel. So pay 2 wood and metal. And I get 6 points and 4 money.
Nicely done.
It's not going to help me. Oh, you get extra points because you got something that gives you extra points every time you forge.
Yeah.
That is commoner. You can go in commons the whole way for that. All right, Jack, you can forge again if you found something you could forge.
Can I forge this for free? Because it just costs 1 metal, right?
You have a metal discount, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna forge this lock and key, and that's gonna be worth 3 and 1 for me.
That goes so well with a pitchfork.
Do you have something that gives you a metal discount?
Yeah, the calipers. Or no, sorry, the hammer.
But those weapons.
Oh, that's only for weapons. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I'll just spend a metal anyway.
Yeah, they're not worth it at the end of the day.
And that is worth what? I took 1, so 3 victory points.
Yeah.
Okay. 2, 3.
Evan, if you got something you can forge.
I think I do. Number 2.
Shields.
Shields.
Skill.
No, I do have a skill of 3. Do have that thing. I do have 2 of these. You have.
And then Trevor.
Okay, I'm gonna forge this one, which I think I can do. I have the skill. So I take these two and get rid of them. And I think that's all it costs. And I take 2 money and I take 3 coins.
Awesome.
Or sorry, 3 points.
Sweet.
And then now for every gem you have, you can tack on a point. And for every 5 coins you have, you can tack on a point.
8 points. Boom.
Boom.
5 coins. 5 coins are 1 point.
Yes.
So you said wood and brick and stone are not worth anything?
They are worthless. They are supplies
Okay.
to help you build stuff.
Okay, so I got one of those and 1 coin. Well, 5 coins and 1 short of. So that's gone.
And then once you've
What?
done that, we
Oh.
finish off with the set collection points for your guild colors.
Okay. Do we go in order or just?
Sequence doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. So I do have this right, Wes, that I have 7. So that's a set of 7, right? 7 different colors.
7 different colors.
Holy
no duplicates, so
crapjack.
35.
35.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Crapjack.
It's ridiculous.
I know. But he definitely, there was some amount of luck in him just getting the ones that he didn't have already.
Wow.
I was like
Yeah.
digging constantly trying to get 7 and I wasn't able to.
I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that.
I did use my development, or I did use my tongs plus my blacksmith to look at 3 cards. So that
Yeah,
Nice.
that kind of helped.
but
Yeah.
every single turn I was getting cards. I don't know. I felt like I was digging a lot.
Four.
Yeah. So 42.
So 4 is
Hey,
14.
I did lap
He didn't lap me. We were neck and neck
it.
once around.
So
Different than lapping. You actually have to gain 1 more point.
Find it somewhere. Right?
I'm sure.
Any questions on the guild points? You guys got that?
and then 2 is worth 5.
What?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2, 3, 4, 5. I thought I had. Oh yeah, this one was upside down.
62.
Say this is the largest point spread I've seen. So
I got 6 there. 7,
Well,
27.
I think Evan
Oh.
pummeled us last time, didn't he? So
That
he
might be
deserves
true. It sounds true.
Gets me to
that's not true.
84.
it.
And then I need to do my second. That
That should cut up quite a
is
bit.
5 points.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
And I think that's it.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, well,
So are you ahead of Jack or is he like just one behind lapping you, Sasha?
And Sasha's at 89. So
I'm at 89.
Yeah, 89.
so
Oh, I wasn't moving myself on here for this one.
Oh, gotcha. So how did you get all your points at the end? What was going on?
Well, I mean, I had 6 of
6
the
guilds.
suits,
Okay.
and then I had 2 repeats.
Gotcha.
So
Mhm.
that was a total of
That's huge. Right?
32
Yeah.
points.
yeah.
I think I had 4, so 14. Yeah, that's a massive difference between. It's like 18 difference, but
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
That's
if I
pretty interesting.
was able to activate this once, which I was, I could have done if I used my blacksmith to get this card, so then I could like exhaust that worker. Then this would have
Nice.
gotten me that 7th color.
Yeah. That would have
which
yeah.
would have made the difference, I think.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
I-
why I was aiming to end the game this round. I was
I-
like, I know if it went another round, you would beat me.
I saw that you had the 6, and then
Yeah.
the fact that you dug and you're missing 1 and those final 3, and you had the resources to be able to build it.
Yeah.
That's what That's what was. I thought you were just gonna look for something that you could afford because you only had like
Yeah,
Only
three
that was
resources or something.
I mean, that was my plan. I wasn't thinking I would find the purple color, but when I
Yeah.
did, I was like, come on, that's awesome.
Yeah. It seemed pretty like you could afford it, and it was your seventh color. Was
The
like,
funny
oh,
thing
man.
is, it was also showing here. So
Yeah, you could have gotten your seventh symbol from that
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
forge something.
hmm
But that would require your guild, your dude or whatever.
Yeah, which I had the gold to do, and that would have set me back one victory point.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, awesome. Okay, so we're done. Maybe we should lead off with feedback from Sasha because
Yeah.
you haven't seen the game before. Because I
Yeah.
have a lot of comments about how it's changed, and overwhelmingly positive comments about that, Wes. So
Maybe not so much from Evan. I'm not sure.
Spoiler.
I've always kept it.
He's just showing you the top of his head. That's how much he liked it.
Sasha, do you want to start for us?
Yeah, sure. So first things first, I've played a number of sort of blacksmith themed games, and this is actually the first one that I've played that doesn't have dice in it, which I actually really appreciate. And this is my favorite of the blacksmith games I've played. So I enjoyed that. Overall, I mean, I am a sort of sucker for engine building worker placement games, so it definitely fits a style of game that I like. I wrote a list of. Let me just like scan my list really quick. Oh, okay. Just I should have organized them better here, but there's just some slight formatting things, and I thought it was a little bit interesting because there were some cards, some of the contracts where the symbols were in different locations for the same symbol. I'm trying to find just like being consistent with that, just because like for some people they might just think that like the location, they remember that location there is that specific symbol. Let me see if I can find where I saw that.
Only has two possible requirements, but I can see what you mean. If
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that one is down lower on one, but there was one card where I saw that it was like in different spots.
The grindstone.
Yeah.
You're talking about the
like
same symbol in a different
grindstone
spot.
is there, and there, yeah. Like I just deciding whether it's just like it always starts at the very top right under the star, and then if it's more requirements, then they just sort of stack underneath, or have
star, chisel, tong, grindstone.
Yeah, or have it where they have a specific location. Just consistency on that. And then space for assistant for contract. Just like where you put that worker. Evan was just having him kill, like just pass, but maybe having it go somewhere, because like I was sort of confused at first, like, oh, Evan still has a worker there, like he still has a turn, but he was using it for a contract card. So just having a place where they could hang out, or maybe like visually on the card or something, like a worker placement space on the card. I don't know, just somewhere where it made it obvious to other players that this person didn't still have a worker left. Right. It was being used for something. So miscellaneous, lock and keys, and like special, those don't mean anything. right? It's just weapon and armor that means something.
Yeah, they don't at this time. There's a card that makes furniture mean something, and then
Okay.
if there were ever a micro expansion or something like that, then they
Got it.
might matter.
Okay, yeah, and I mean the only reason I brought that up is just because I was like waiting for something to care about.
Oh, like in
them
the
and-
assistance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just because on our baseboards we have something that cares about weapons and armor, but then none of the other things. Even though there was different ones like miscellaneous, locking keys, special, there wasn't anything. It's not a big thing. It's just something that
I could see that showing up in one of these two decks.
yeah. Visualization on completed contracts milestone is confusing. That was just about how these three symbols were there. It makes it seem like you have to have one of each of those. Just visually, it makes it seem like you have to have one of each of the categories to get that achievement, rather than just three of any.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think just the fact that the three symbols are here sort of makes it seem like you need to have one of each or something.
Yeah.
At least that was my first assumption.
Yeah, I was gonna say just put little slashes in.
Yeah.
Me too.
Order. Oh, and at the very beginning of the game, we were talking about the order of discard for the initial. Who's discarding first to know what you have access to. Like, if you play this several times, and I have like two different, it's fairly easy to do contracts, and like they're just both really good for me. Then being able to discard last seems good. So just having like a good way of determining how that.
Just do that the turn order prior to drawing the card.
Cool.
Or you could shuffle them as well, because if you did turn order, then the person that's going last gets kind of an advantage.
Yeah, that is something that the person that does discard last, it does.
The other way I could write it is those cards are put at the bottom of the deck, and you flip over the top card to make the discard.
Yeah, I think that might be reasonable as well, just because then there's no no advantage to the person that discards last or anything. Yeah, something to think about. Just at the very beginning, it sort of felt bad having no agency with what turn order I chose. It seemed like at the beginning people weren't all that interested in being first, and so since I was always the last to pick, I'd always be the first player. Which towards the end of the game, it became more obvious that it was good to be first, because you were really like trying to get the hammers down. But I think before someone's close to getting hammers down, the order doesn't seem like it mattered as much, and so getting like better resources or whatever was a little bit more enticing. And so just for me, I didn't get to have any choice for the first 3 rounds on turn order or anything, and so I was just like, I don't know. It just, I don't know if it was much of a problem. It's just something that I felt like everyone else got to have choices, and I didn't get choices for the first 3 rounds. And accountant, the training ability accountant. Where is it? I just when I was looking at it, it seemed not very good, because not only do you have to do an action to get the contracts, but then doing an action to get 2 victory points. Like when the mine is just like get 2 victory points, or it seemed like there was several actions that you can do that were 2 or more victory points, like getting development cards or anything. It just seemed like this was really not good, because either I wanted to build the contracts I had, or I wanted to get more than. Yeah, it just felt like the amount of effort that you had to put into this wasn't good. So that was just my feeling. Okay, that's what most of what I have written down. So I'll just try and. I think at some point I was just sort of in the game and wasn't writing stuff down as much, which I think is a good thing. For you, not for me. I should have been better about that. But I did thoroughly enjoy this game. Um, I don't know, the guild symbols definitely did seem a bit strong. Like that was essentially what I was going for the whole game. And then if other things would sort of also seem good, then I might make another choice. But for the most part, most of my actions were dictated by getting more of those
I may have
guild
to scale
icons.
these points. Now that I've changed the guild collection format, I may have to scale these points.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit strong, just because like uh, getting development cards or whatever, like you don't have to pay anything to get these, and they give you a guild symbol, and the first guild symbol you get is worth 2 victory points, and then like if you've already gotten a couple guild symbols, then each guild symbol card you're getting is like 5, 6, 7 points, and it gets a little bit crazy, just like for action to points. At least that's how I felt. That's why I just like kept getting development cards, and I wasn't interested in building anything because I had to spend resources. Where doing development cards, I didn't have to spend anything, and it was giving me lots of points.
Yeah.
So yeah, just I think it might just be a matter of scaling back the points for guilds a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me. I did really enjoy the game. The theme does come through. I just wish I wasn't as super focused on the guilds because I didn't do like any of the non-guild actions.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Awesome. Well, thank
awesome
you so
game
much.
though. Liked it.
Thanks.
Want me to go next?
If you want to, Trevor.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
This is also my favorite blacksmith game. I haven't played another one, but that doesn't mean anything. I can't actually think if I played a blacksmith game or not, but I'm just being funny. I really like it, Wes, and the guys in the group. Maybe I mean Sasha. We've only played together a couple times, but Evan and Jack can definitely attest. I do not like a lot going on in my games, so it's probably a little heavier than what I normally play, but I really do like it. And the first playthrough, I noticed that things were really tight as far as the worker placements and what you were getting when you were placing things. It seemed punishing in spots, and I think I'm not exactly sure what you've done to open it up. I think part of the cards that we were talking about, the fact that you're just going to get another worker every turn, the fact that you're initiating skill once you get that person, no matter what. There are things that you could make people earn in the game, or things that look like you're earning them as you go along, but everybody's going to get them. And I like what you've done there. Where do you think this weight is?
I classify it probably as a medium weight, on the lighter scale of a medium weight game. I don't think it's quite heavy, but it's a little bit heavier than light. So.
Like a 3-5?
On a scale of what, 1 to 5, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably 3.3 to 3.5, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of where I was putting it too. I just wanted to make sure I was on with what I was thinking. And like I said, that's probably the heaviest kind of style that I play. Although somebody did get me into Rebellion the other day, and we need to finish that game. We only got one round in, I think. So I'm trying, guys. I'm trying something heavier.
I'm doing it.
I am really liking the art. It's just all very fitting. it all goes together nicely. Your color choices go nicely. Like the yellow is kind of gold. The red is not like in your face red. The blue is not in your, yeah, I just really like it. And I can see these tokens being very tactile and fun to play with, along with, of course,
Yeah, when I got these in from the prototype, I was like, "This is." I wanted that tactile feel, right? I wanted the cylinders and the hammers. So
yeah,
it's good on the table.
yeah. And I mean, that's part of worker placement with your, not that I play a lot of worker placement, but a little bit. And it's always fun to, put your guy out there. And
Yeah.
I like the player aids. I remember last time I didn't read through them, but they're nice and visual. And if I saw something, I can go, oh, okay, this is where I'm supposed to look. So I think before we had a complaint that they were kind of hard to find stuff, and now it's looking super professional with the player aids. I think I didn't read through them or anything, but just from looks, it
Yeah, the
seems a
actual
lot more
printers are a
inviting.
bit smaller, but they're giant just because for playtesting purposes.
Okay. Um, so on the constructive side, and keep in mind, I really like this. So anything I'm saying is like mostly nitpicky little things, I think, except for one that is a balancing issue. But
Yeah.
so for the skill that you're earning, I would
Yeah.
do something graphically different there. That to me looks like, if this is your skill on your board, this
Yeah.
to me looks like it's a faded color that I'm gonna put something on.
Right.
Just from intuitive looking at the board. Obviously, you can explain all this away in the rules, but
Yeah.
one of the things from my recent design partnership, I don't know if you've ever seen the design. Oh, I can't talk. The design partnership on Board Game Design Lab. Every month they pair you up with somebody new, and my last person was somebody who was like, okay, let's look at your game, but don't tell me anything.
Right.
And they were like, let me figure out what this means, and just like kind of free speak the whole thing, everything that was on the table. Well, this looks like it might do this, and this could go here, and this could go here. And that's incredibly useful if you can get somebody to do that for your game, because you might be like, oh, I never thought that that could look like that, or that could look like that, or you don't get that that's supposed to go up that track. Okay. Because whenever you've got this many kind of intertwined things, and I know this is not a lot of things, for me it is, but for like heavy Euro gamers, this is not necessarily a lot of things that intertwine. Anything you can do graphically to make it just, oh, this is obviously this. I don't even need to read the rule. So for me, this looks like a shaded out piece. I would actually make these something else. Like maybe it's smaller, maybe it's half the size or something to show that you're getting it. Maybe it's colored and these ones are faded out so that you can see that I'm placing something here. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I'm not a graphic designer. I can just know that that's where my brain went. The barracks, again, a lot of this is probably graphic design stuff. You have barracks here, and you have it explained over here as military, and you have castle here, and you have it explained over here as
The idea was you go to the castle for royal contracts, you go to the
yeah.
barracks. So I could see
And
that being confusing.
I get all that, but again, from a hey, let's lay this game out. I've got barracks here. I want to see barracks here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's the direction you should absolutely go, because again, but for me, if I see this here, I'm looking for it, and I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Obviously it's silver. I would put two and two together, but it just makes me pause for half a beat.
Yeah.
And if I'm trying to learn the whole game, if I do that too many times, I get lost for a second.
Makes sense.
So I would match those up myself, but that's just me. The gain one skill put icon. What did I mean by that? Oh, there was one where you said on the card, whatever the guild, or it's probably development cards where you just gain a skill. I think Jack got some of them.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, he's good.
yeah, just gain one skill. I would put the icon next to it.
Yeah, I do. I have the star.
The
up there,
icon's
but
right there.
I know the icon's there, but
Oh,
on if
in
you've
the
got
text.
different cards of different things of where you get stuff down here, you don't pay stuff, but you have to have it. In here, you pay for stuff, and then you have this card that has other symbols on it, and again, you've got the star on it. It's just way easier if you put it in the text to say gain one. There it is. Kind of like Clank. If you get boots, I think they put it in the text, but maybe not. I can't remember off the top of my head. That's just one thing I would make it again just that slightly easier for me to know what we're talking about.
I just wanted to mention a quick thing. I had a similar thought with the ones that had like a coin on here. Until we are like halfway through the game, I was like, so wait, do I get a coin when I get this? But this is just saying this has to deal with gold.
Yeah, it kind of represents what benefit you get from the card in the text. So it's
Got it.
That's a coin-based card. It's going to help my coins. It's a skill-based card. It's going to help my skill. It's kind of
Got it.
what it's geared toward, but I can see how it can be misleading.
Yeah, and that one wasn't so bad. Like I can read it and then go, okay, what is skill again? But when you're learning a game and going skill, okay, well, in what have I played with skill in it? Okay, well, that's a blue thing. There's no blue thing on here. That's not the same. So where is my skill again? Oh, right, it's these stars. And while you're doing that, somebody's explaining the game to you, and you're sitting at a table of four, and you're like, now I didn't hear what he last did because I was thinking of something else and trying to understand what he was saying. Especially,
I don't even have the word skill written, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, that's so. It actually did take me a second to go back, and I probably missed some things in the rules myself while I was doing that. And some people are not like, they just won't play the game again because they didn't get the rules because they're too shy to speak up about it.
Yeah.
And so I think again, just if wherever you can put the icon, as long as it's not intrusive, I think it's worth it, at least for me. Let's see. I already talked about the worker placement and the balance, but like the overall balance of the worker placement felt really good. I thought I never felt like I was locked out of something unless I took too long to do it. I think also, like I said, TTS is not great for this because I'm looking down here and then I'm trying to remember what I've got over here, and what do I have to get to do this, and what hammers are coming up, and I can see what Jack's doing and what Sasha's doing. And so TTS isn't really great for that. So there were times where I wanted to do something and it just got locked up because I was looking in my own little space. But I thought overall the ability to go where you needed to go was loose enough, but also tight enough. I like that fine balance of a worker placement. If you want to block things off in a worker placement, I think you have the balance right there. The one thing that I don't think is balanced is the guilds, and I would say it's way more than what Sasha thinks, personally. And the reason I say that is because the two people that didn't get guilds are me and Evan.
Right.
I was pretty even with Sasha, and Sasha just jetted past me because he had the guilds. And Jack played an overall really good game, but also at the end, his guilds really kicked it. And with this one card of his, that is super powerful given how powerful the guilds are at the moment.
Yeah, I never got to use it, but it would have been incredibly powerful if I ever got to use it. Yeah, if I got early, it would have been pretty ridiculous.
Because you're going to get 4. At least we're going to go 4 rounds. You're going to get 4 different guilds on top of whatever else you've got out on the board each time. So, I mean, like the points off of that are amazing.
Yeah.
And it also makes this 4x guilds. You pretty much have to get this, given the way the points are in the guilds. If you don't get 4 guilds, I would be surprised if you could win the game. Now, this is playing through it once and not playing very well, and playing through it a second time and still not playing through it very well. So I'm giving you a very ignorant comment, because I don't know if there's a way, and you would know that way better than I would, but I cannot see playing through this and truly having each path be a victorious path. So I haven't played it yet, but I have Orleans on my shelf, and I've been told that every path is a successful path. I don't know if that's true or not, but if I have a path that's an obvious path that I need to take in a game with multiple paths, then I would appreciate being told somewhere that, hey, you better do this. Right. And some people can say, well, that's just bad gameplay. And I would say you're not going to get a second playthrough possibly with the person that had the really bad gameplay because they didn't like their first game. I still don't think people would not like their first play of this, even if they got their butts handed to them. I think they probably would come back for more because it is very nice on the table, and I really do like the way everything intertwines. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is a little bit of a risk. Everybody knows most games nowadays get one play, and if people weren't amazed by it, they go on a shelf.
Yeah.
Not my games, because I can't afford 1,000 games, but
I just wanted to clarify really quickly, because of how the guild system worked right off the bat, I knew that that's like all I was going to focus on.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder how I'd play this game differently if this was like significantly nerfed, because I was like very for me, pretty much everything was secondary to getting those guild symbols. Right. And it obviously worked well. So yeah, anyways.
And I was gonna go for that, the guilds only, because for me in most games, this kind of a strategy is kind of the suboptimal strategy. But I'm not as smart as Sasha, and I didn't see how many points you're actually getting compared to, like, hey, if you got 4 compared to 7, that is not just another 14 points. That's a compounded amount. And I didn't necessarily, like, I didn't know what the other points were necessarily going to come out to be. Right. Yeah, in the game. So I couldn't make that decision at the time, but one of my thoughts was just take the guilds and just run with the guilds and see what happens, to see if there was any way to maximize that. And I don't know if that would have been a winning strategy just to look at that, but obviously if you do that, you're going to also potentially not get what you want if you don't have this card. So this card in the current, like, that just seems super powerful to me. Right. If you're going to go for the guild strategy. And then, I mean, the other piece of this was, kind of, because you're dropping a hammer. If you drop a hammer in a spot, you really should be finishing that spot. So it, like, switching strategies, like I kind of had, like, I didn't understand the hammers at the beginning. I just wasn't grokking the whole game. And right. So, like, I was one of the first ones to take the training. I should have finished the training to drop the hammer for the most points, potentially, but it's not a big, huge thing. But when you're dropping a hammer in 3rd place twice, it's probably not the smartest thing to be doing. It would not have made a difference in the overall scoring of the game, mind you. So maybe that's a moot point. But I just kind of felt like, after looking at it afterwards, if you were going to start something, you probably should finish it enough to drop a hammer. But I'm not 100% sold on that. I don't know if I agree with that, because these points are not huge.
The points are fairly minimal, but in Jack's case, dropping his hammers was part of his gameplay to end the game before people could cover it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he also knew
Yeah.
he had the backup of the 7, or at least 6 at that time. I don't know if he had his 7th by that point, but he ended with 7. But I just so I'm rambling, but the thing for me was that I think the guilds are
Yeah.
quite overpowered at the moment.
Understood.
And again, I could be wrong on that, but again, it's my favorite blacksmith game.
There you go.
Nice.
It-
All
I-
right.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing, just kind of I remembered. I did think it was interesting that the first player gets 5 and the second player gets 3, and then it just diminishes normally after that. Obviously, like having an extra incentive for being the first to do something is nice, but it that does like I think that does add up pretty quick. That like extra 2 points rather than 1 point, like a difference between second and third being only 1 point, and the difference between first and second being 2 points. Like I don't know. I definitely I felt like I was also trying to push my hammers, especially on this and this. And Jack got 20 points from his first 4 hammers, and I got
If you had one more
11.
hammer ahead of his, you would have beat him, right? Would have gone the other way.
Yeah. I don't know. Just something that I felt as soon as I missed my first hammer, I was like, oh man, that's actually pretty significant. The difference between first and second.
The good news about that, Wes, is if you do see a reason to revamp these numbers, this is one of the easiest things in the game to revamp.
Yeah.
As far as the numbers, you just have numbers. It's not
Yeah.
like, ooh, this intertwines with this and this and this, and I've got to change this and this and this,
Yeah,
and oh no, this doesn't scale anymore. This is the easiest thing, I think, for you to revamp if you think it needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my strategy from the very beginning of the game was to finish it quickly. That was what I set out to do from the very first turn. So I think that just helps to
I
move
think you
fast.
did this last time too, didn't you?
Yeah, I just knew this would be easy.
Yeah.
So I kind of started there. um Yeah, I will say, Wes, I love this game. I think it's really fun. I think you have a really great theme, great art, really interesting like thematic connection. I love all of your drawings on these cards
Yeah.
here. I think those are great. I also I like the background of knowing that you did those. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think I will just give just a few points of feedback. One thing I was curious about is why can only the blacksmith do this? I didn't feel I was
I was
kind of
trying
like,
to have a
why
location.
does it need to be that?
I was trying to have a guild or a blacksmith specific location and trying to figure out a way that could make that interesting. But I don't know if that is not a strong enough card to make that worth a blacksmith.
Yeah, it also just felt like a rule exception that I didn't necessarily feel was necessary. Um, especially as we were playing.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was elsewhere, it would be more significant. But yeah, it didn't. Yeah, it just felt a little out of place to me this time around.
Yeah.
Is the plaza new? The ability
plaza-
to move your blacksmith?
But this used to be a market where you could just get free money.
Yeah,
But I wanted
that's
to
right.
make getting money more integral to actually forging goods. Because getting
Yeah.
money was too easy, I think, in the
Yeah.
prior version. So
Yes, I love this. I love that you can pay to move your blacksmith. I also really like that if someone has already done it, it costs you more because it slowed me down. And I was like, dang, now I have to
so
wait.
maybe the iconography there to represent that.
Yep, icons there are fine. I was confused by the card drawing a little bit, and I'm just curious, does this symbol here mean you can draw from the discard pile or the top of the deck? Or does it mean something different here and here?
That's where I'll have to get this one fixed because
Okay.
On this section, it's discard or top of draw pile. This one I let you
Okay.
pick either just for versatility. So the same symbol shouldn't represent both.
Gotcha. Okay. Why are the singular items over here plural? Like table, security window,
this is to
pitcher.
represent that you're not just building a single one, you're building multiple. Because somebody might try to say, well, why does it cost so much wood to build a single table? It's because you're building more than one table. You're building for a tavern or for, you know, for the city type of thing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a very small thing, but
You don't just build
let's-
one fork.
What's that?
You don't just build one fork.
I do.
You don't just build one fork.
I
Well,
built
thinking-
one. I only built one.
Man, I imagine in medieval times having one pitchfork would make a big deal. Yeah, so let's see. I was curious, why is there a cap on development cards?
Because I didn't want it to break the guild system more than it already seems to be.
Oh, I gotcha.
You can already get 4 guild colors just from your development cards, and if you can just keep on digging to find those.
Yeah. So
doesn't
developments
cost-
and assistants are the only two things that are capped. Because skills you can technically go to 6. Well, and these are capped too. Once they're built, they're built.
Yeah.
Guild cards you can go over. Okay. Contracts you can go over. Okay. Let's see. What else was I going to say?
How did you feel about the blacksmith token? Do you think that it's different enough from a regular assistant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was always thinking on my turn, where do I want to put my blacksmith and when? That was really cool. I liked being able to move him around with the plaza. I like that a lot. One thing I was thinking about with the calipers or the chisel, because these are just the same, I kind of want the calipers to reduce wood cost. And maybe if you did that, you would flip this. So like the chisel is if you're building furniture or something that requires a lot of wood, it's one less wood because wood is the most abundant resource. It would still scale well, but it would make building this and this a little bit more enticing because one just is for a requirement and one is slightly better and more expensive, but doesn't give you anything additional.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was just something I was thinking about as I was playing and noticing that other people weren't building those tools. And that's why I thought like, oh, I'm going to go for that because I noticed everybody was going for assistance on the first turn. So I was like, I'm going to go for development cards and bottom row, and I will hopefully be able to max out my skills. And so I'll get 3 hammers from that. So that was just something I noticed on the first turn that kind of pushed my strategy forward.
Can I just add on to what you were saying about the guild and the blacksmith? I think as it is right now, I think this is correct because the guilds are so powerful. But if you tone them down, then maybe like what Jack was saying, that a normal one could go there.
See, I felt like you can get guild symbols from every type of card. So
but you don't know you're going to get a guild symbol. But from here, you know you're going to get a guild symbol.
Yeah, but you can see the discard. Like most of the time, you can.
Yeah,
I don't know. I had like 2. I don't know what my other trainer guy was.
And the other thing is, if you select this option, you can always look at 2 cards.
Yeah.
So
I had 1 out of 4, and I had nothing on this one. And I mean, but again, did I play very well? No, probably not.
It seems to me that the trainers have less guild symbols and more victory points. Is that right, Wes?
Yeah, the development cards definitely have more guild symbols.
Yeah, and the contracts all do.
Yeah, so maybe I'm wrong on that, Jack, because I wasn't thinking of the development cards.
Just as a quick question, I just noticed, do you get 5 points if you max out your skill track?
Each time you get a skill point past 5. So if you were to get a 6 skill.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so the The thing I noticed about the assistants is I was like, these seem to have less guild symbols. So the fact that there was competition for them and they were just slightly less, I thought that they were less valuable than the other types of cards.
Okay.
Let's see. I could be wrong, but that was just something I felt.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Yeah. And then let's see.
A couple of them were crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whenever I got one that had a guild symbol and had a good ability, I was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I would personally weight this game probably somewhere in the like 2.8 to 3.2 range. I think, it's maybe a little bit heavier than Everdell, but not much.
Yeah.
It's, definitely slightly
I just
lower than Terraforming
I just got
Mars.
the Everdell big box collection. I never played
Oh,
it
nice.
before.
What did you?
We went all in. I was like, this game is actually pretty cool.
It's fun, yeah.
Yeah,
Sweet. I love it. It's got fun components.
I think I was thinking 2.5 when I was saying 3.5.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's not a 3.5. It's somewhere around like just below a 3 or somewhere in there. I think for me.
I think that's a really great target because there are a lot of board games in the BGG top 100 that are right around that weight.
Mm-hmm.
So it's clearly something that the market can bear and loves. So I think it feels right. It feels like the right weight. It feels like you have good tension between racing to get the hammers and building up an engine that can allow you to produce more contracts. And the main point of feedback that I noticed about this game is the title of the game is Forge, and I felt like I was doing a lot of forging and preparing myself to forge things. And I think the change that you made, adding that forge action to the end of every turn, was a really
that
good
was a
move.
big piece because having to use this guy to forge,
Mhm.
it didn't
Mhm.
happen enough in the early game. So that extra
Yep.
forging action, and it makes you think, did I get everything I need to forge a card? I know Evan kind of missed a couple opportunities there that I don't know.
Yeah.
Cool.
It made me feel a lot better about using him on the main board too.
Mhm.
I felt like, I don't, necessarily need him to forge, so I can send him off to do something else. So it made this token just way more valuable as a super worker.
Right.
So good move there. And that's all I have, Wes. Great job. Love the game. I love the changes. Just a few little things there that I noted.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what he was saying about what Jack was saying about the extra forge action. I forgot to mention that, and that definitely brought out. I remember when we played last time. That was one of your things. You're like, it's called Forge, but we're not really doing
don't forge enough yet.
that. So
Yeah,
now
starting with that card or contract was another piece, right? So,
yeah.
One thing I also was reminded of through what Jack was saying, the development and the assistance or the training and the development cards definitely seem very much like the engine building aspect. And I, since both of these were free to like get, I didn't have as many resources. I think that's one of the things that really pushed me towards just like, why shouldn't I just like fully max out my engine before I start forging? The only reason that I did actions that weren't getting these cards was because either these were blocked up or I wanted to get my auto forge to happen or whatever. So that was just something that I had thought that I felt is like, this seems like such a good choice as far as action goes, just because it was making my future actions better and didn't cost me anything. Yeah, so I just added that.
Yep.
Jack, you done?
Yep.
All right. Okay. So, overall, I still think this game's great. I just fell into a hole. And there is definitely a hole in the game that you cannot crawl back out of.
Right.
Which doesn't feel good. And I knew that I was there. Let's see, how long did we play? 2
2.5
hours.
hours. 2 hours of play, 30 minutes to teach.
Yeah. And I knew I was in the hole about an hour in. So then I was just in a hole for an hour, which that experience was not fun as a
Right.
board game. Because it was obvious that there was nothing I could do at that point. And there's really no like catch up that have happened, so to speak. So the real question is, why was I in a hole? You know, what allowed that to happen other than some stupid choice by it? And then, you know, how do you want your game to play? Because the ability to fall into a hole is the hallmark of a lot of amazingly loved games.
Right. I've
Right?
seen it in Everdell too.
Right.
Because you got to run
Yeah.
up. If you don't get those green cards in the first round,
Right.
you fall behind so fast.
Yeah. Or like,
Yeah.
what's the A game with the triangle? Anachrony.
Yeah.
If you mess up and miscount how many suits you're gonna need, like your whole round is blown, and then
Play
like you,
Magic and you don't get your land drops. And you
yeah,
have mulligans.
right, yeah. So it's hardly like, oh no, no one's gonna like your game if you you know
Right.
if I make a mistake and it ruins my entire game, like at a
Right.
certain weight, people are gonna be okay with that. I think the issue is you're flirting with a weight that is a little bit lighter than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me go through all my feedback. Let's see. The +1 on the blacksmith.
Yep.
Just symbology. Can't you just put like, you know, plus iron bar, plus wood, and then down here would be plus card, plus card.
Yeah.
You know, just to spruce it up a touch. Same diff, but looks a little nicer.
Yeah.
Just thematically, and I think it's correct mathematically for what you're doing and using stuff for in the game. But brick being more valuable than metal just seems a little counterintuitive.
Right.
Because brick is probably actually definitely less valuable than wood. Just as a historic resource. Brick is the easiest thing to make, and then wood is actually a resource that people ran out of and had to like trade for from afar. And then of course metal is even more rare than either of those. So just the value of brick seems thematically weird,
Yeah.
but mechanically the way you're using it seems appropriate. So just a theme thing.
The big bad wolf puts its straw, wood, brick, just so you know.
Well, we're not talking about strength of construction. And it wasn't wood, it was sticks. Okay.
Yeah.
I may or may not have read that with my daughter very recently. Contracts. The contracts with the, just the symbol working differently for what this means versus this means. Everybody else has mentioned it too. That's not new.
Maybe having a little X on the disparate pile one.
Yeah.
Forging at the end of the round is a topic I'm going to come back to, but it's very important. Shovels and plate mail. The thing that Sasha said, where on the costs of these tutors over here, when you have symbols that are required, just the fact that they don't, like, that sometimes you leave a space, but it still doesn't match up with where that same thing would be on another card.
Yep.
Was just like I was like, make up your mind. But he said that better than me. Yes, I said that. The guild's location. I think generally speaking, is very powerful, especially with this VP progression, right? And you get a couple of resources. I agree with everybody else. The guilds are too powerful right now as far as VP at the end. But as it is, it makes sense that only your power worker can go here. But when you're in a hole, well, everything breaks when you're in a hole. Anyway, so I do wonder if. So I was kind of looking at actions on the board and like what was getting taken. And trading post was not taken much, a few times. Mine was taken a couple of times. Guilds, I think, was taken a couple of times. Castle, maybe 3 times guild. Castle, I don't think I saw anyone ever take.
Yeah. Nobody went to the castle.
City
Other games I've
Commons.
seen people go hard on purple, and
Oh,
nobody
okay.
went to purple today.
Yeah. City Commons and Barracks, I think a couple here, onesie twosie, did occur. And then the major meat of the game was resources that you can build with, and then these actions. As far as like in this play of what we use, and it does. It does just make me wonder about. And now that I'm thinking of it, I think I actually said this last time, so you're probably not going to do it. And that is to combine the commons, the barracks, and the castle into one location, and then have a single deck with all of the contracts and a buy row of contracts that come out rather than 3 separate decks. But I think I said that last time, and you obviously chose not to do it. So
yeah, you were talking about a market philosophy where there's a card spread, and then as someone takes one, they change out.
Right. Yeah, it just seemed like separating out the 3 contracts into separate actions. I don't know. I think it would be better as one combined action location, but I think I brought that up last time. So
one thing I really liked that was nice was just getting extra workers for free. Just as the game progressed, I thought that was fun.
Definitely. Yeah. There are very few games where you have to take action to gain an extra worker where that is not always the best maneuver, always forever. And so
annoying that you have to do it.
And annoying that you have to do it. So any game where it's like, nah, you just get them. I'm like, okay, thank you.
Would it have made a better game if you had them all right at the beginning, or did it make sense?
No, I like that it's because I want that progression in my game, right? I want my early turns to be like, okay, we're still figuring out the game. A full round only takes a few worker placements. And then as I get more into the game, I'm like, oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. And it kind of scales up the stuff. I really liked it.
It's a good hedge against analysis paralysis too. Like at the very beginning, you might be like, what do I do with 4 of these guys?
Yeah. Guild symbol.
Limiting me is a good idea.
Guild symbols and costs were just kind of all over the place on the cards, just depending on which deck you're looking at. Just kind of homogenize your graphic design a little bit. Put guild symbols in the same spot on the cards. Put costs in the same spot on the cards. Like in these developments, you're like, this is gold related, rather than like if I look at this or this, and then I look at that, I go, oh, I have to have gold to build that development. Or I have to have these to build that development, right? Because it's in the same spot as the costs on these cards.
Yeah.
Just kind of homogenize graphic design a little bit between the different decks.
I got a couple other things on graphic design that I kind of came up with too, but I'll wait till Evan finishes.
One of the changes I made to the game is the bottom row, and that was based on feedback, I think, specifically from you in the last game. So I don't know if you noticed that or if you have any.
The access to the The differential access?
Yeah, because in the past you didn't have these.
Right.
These got locked out a lot easier, and I don't know.
Yes.
Mhm.
No, I actually did notice that, and I really like how that's working.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would like to see that same thing on guilds.
Yeah.
You want more than 7.
More guilds, more
Um,
guilds.
Training only the worker you're using makes sense thematically and just felt a little weird mechanically to be like, oh wait, I have to move this guy. Okay, now I'm going to move this guy down because I should have used this guy to do the
It
thing.
also
That
takes like it made sense thematically, but it doesn't help with making it and then a place you want to go because you're like, I'm going to go there and I don't get a benefit right. That's one of the
right.
downsides to it.
I mean, it might be weird thematically if you're training a different guy too. I don't know, but
Yeah.
it definitely was weird because then several times I think we had to kind of retcon and be like, ooh, actually I would have sent this guy there, so now I need to move this worker down to this spot. That's the one
Yeah.
I'm training. So it's just kind of a weird mechanical thing.
I agree that that was confusing for me at a couple points, and yeah, it did make a significant like strategic. Like if I would have played this again, I would have been much more conscious of that sequencing. But I don't know how
Yeah.
useful having to worry about that sequencing is for like the game.
Yeah, I think to me it's an extra little thing that doesn't happen. But, let's see. 3 times completed contract looks like it must be one of each. Oh, add some slashes so that you know it can be at the time.
Right.
We already talked about that. Why can't pick last position again? I think to me, I think it's interesting. Like when you use the plaza for this guy, I think it's interesting that you can't tag the same spot again.
Yeah.
But is that just an extra rule, or are you actually preventing some degenerate strategy by not letting him take the
It's
same
to help
action?
prevent double mining or double guild carding or trying to overpower certain things or double meddling or so
What do
trying
you,
not to get the best spot into the same place twice.
okay.
It also, I mean, just another thought is it can make it so you can't completely block a spot if you
Yeah.
want to use the plaza.
Okay. Guild cards.
I wonder though, like I'm kind of with Evan on that. Like sometimes I do things that are blocking because I think they should be blocked because for some reason I think they should be blocked. But what would be the harm in if that is your strategy, going full into your strategy and being able to do that? If nobody else is there blocking you, you can't be blocked out of
Just
your.
don't go to the plaza then, and then you're not going to have to unblock the spot, right?
Yeah, this spot is never blocked, right?
Correct.
So
Oh, well, Sasha, what they're talking about is like going to the guild, then like doing this, then going to the guild again.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah, but you're not blocking anyone. The guild is not a
Right.
place that you can block anyone either.
and if you are worried about blocking somebody out at the mine, for example, because you want to come back to the mine, you're already blocking out at the mine anyway. And if that's really what you want to do twice, and that's really all you want to do, then you're going to leave it there and you're going to do something else.
I guess I
So-
saw it as like one of the things is it's kind of helping you play the game because you do have to do a diversity of actions to actually win.
But if you think about the mine, so if I go here for the mine, I get gems, and then if I go here, I'm spending 2 money, but my net income is higher if I just do this twice all the time. I don't know. It's something to think on anyway.
I don't think it's a particularly broken strategy to get 3 points or to get
2
4
points.
points at the cost of 2 gold and 2 actions.
No, it's only 2 points. You only get 2 gems. It's the same as going.
Well, yeah, but if you bump it twice, that's 4 points,
Oh, yeah. At the
right?
cost of
But it
2
costs
gold
you 2 gold and 2
and an
action.
action. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's
It's 2
not
points per action.
it's not a good strategy. So the reason I asked was I can't think of a way in which bumping the same spot would be degenerate, but if you just want it to work that way, then that's also reasonable.
Yeah, that's all a note.
but if you don't care, then you can act certain. Guild cards. Oh, put the put iconography in the same places as other cards. Okay. Yep. Oh yeah. So one thing. So I'm gonna come back to that. Asymmetrical player boards. I probably brought this up last time too, but I think it would be really fun to have some asymmetry in the player boards.
Yeah, and my consideration there was having, instead of a asymmetrical forge, having a, 4 or 8 characters, so blacksmiths, so maybe a female blacksmith or whatever, different blacksmiths have their own perks that they bring to
Yeah.
their forge, but the forge itself is the same.
Sure. Either way, I mean, it's all legitimate ways of bringing in cool little differences to drive you a different direction to start. Plaza. Yes. Just another limiter that I wasn't quite sure why it needs to be there is that you can only do the plaza once. Because if you do it again, you're still spending at least 6 gold to move him a second time, so a third time total.
Yeah, 2 gold for the first, 4 for the second.
Yeah. So I think that multiplier of 2 gold cost kind of does the limiting for you, and you don't really need to limit it to 1 per player, and then it doesn't work differently than the trading post.
Yeah, then it's like you can use that icon twice.
So I don't, maybe there is a degenerate way of using that, and then you found that you did need to do that. But if you didn't find that, then I think that's another area where you kind of homogenize.
Yeah, I mean, it
a
could be
little
2 rules that could be taken away, like no limit and no. You can double your action if you want to.
Right.
But it's cost you if you keep on doing it.
Yeah. But maybe you are opening up to some weird broken strategy that I just can't think of. But
It's possible.
I mean, you do purple contracts and then use only your blacksmith as a worker.
Yeah.
Just spend a bunch of money.
Yeah.
The guilds. There are some things in this game, just as far as like worker placement and player count, where it doesn't really scale much. So for the most part, it just gets tighter with more players and looser with fewer players.
Yeah, so the idea for a 2-player game is that this spot here would get blocked out by a column that's not.
I like that.
Yeah, so not a huge limitation, but just these 3 spots would get blocked out in a 2-player game.
That's something. I like that. Also, guilds would be a spot where maybe not everybody should be able to go. But I don't really know if it needs that limiter because I think we only took it between all of our actions.
Spot anybody really seemed to.
Yeah. But yeah, just a couple of things like that to kind of tighten it up at lower player counts, I think would be good. You've already kind of built that into the resource spots just because of the first 2 it gets more.
Yeah, it's reduced.
So that you don't really need to worry about blocking that off for player count, but I think that's good down there on that bottom row. And then, again, if you combined the commons, barracks, and castle, then you something like that there too. But okay. Okay, so let's talk about.
Oh, someone in the chat said, I was thinking
great.
wood here primarily represented fancy hardwood like teak.
Could be. Could
It's
be.
interesting.
You making some teak wheelbarrows?
The good thing is
That's Eric Hall.
I mean, somebody's watching, so that's good.
Yeah.
Teak chairs are nice. Oh, hello, Eric Hall. That's co-designer on Dovecot.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Eric.
Who I've met in the real person. Okay, so let's get into kind of my downward spiral and why it existed, and then maybe maybe you are okay with it being there because there's lots of great games that have that, so it's not a huge deal. But it's like, well, just get good and don't mess up.
Get
So the first thing I did wrong was I built a card that required a worker. I can't see that ever being something I will ever choose to do.
I did that too, Evan.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was it your first thing you built in your first turn where it took
No,
1/3
no,
of
no.
your actions?
No.
Oh, you built something.
Yeah.
Wheelbarrow.
Oh no, it was my second turn. It
Second
took
turn.
1/4
Oh,
of
I
my.
see.
I don't know. Maybe you did it too, and it just didn't affect you much, and I ascribed too much value to it. But to
If you had the
me,
spread, it might help.
what's that?
If you had the treadmill, it might help.
Well, that'd be nice. To me, it felt like the cost
Outweighed the benefit.
outweighed the benefit, just maybe in your math, but then at the same time, I really don't feel like that should be a cost on the cards. But it just like I don't know, Jack. How did you feel about it when I had to save a worker and not take an extra action? It just felt bad.
It was a bummer.
It
Yeah, I
felt
will say
bad.
it was a bummer.
I did actively avoid those cards
Yeah.
Me too.
for that.
I was
I did
double
not.
bummed by it because
Yeah.
the card that I had didn't have a guild symbol.
Yeah, right.
And the other thing is, I don't think it's necessary. Like,
I don't think it's
gonna.
necessary.
I don't think it's gonna do much to rebalance to take that out.
Yeah.
If if that's
So,
something you
so
look
to
at.
me, it was just a feel bad that like took away my ability to play the game.
Yep.
And then you combine that with the luck of the draw and what you are able to build early game or not.
Yeah.
And you're like, well,
Now,
I guess that's what I have to do.
Now, if it was like this card, though, the chandelier,
Yeah.
where it's like you're getting a huge payout.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Makes
it's
sense.
one of those things where it could make sense in certain scenarios.
But
But if
even
you-
that, I mean, you need 6
6 gems,
Yeah.
gems for that. I mean, you
That's
need a
6
gem
points on its
every.
own. Yeah.
right? Just
And
bump
you have
it
to
up.
have full skill, which is
Yeah, just
not
bump it up to
guaranteed.
7 gems that don't require a worker or whatever. Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
the four
That's a good point.
Whatever the math
stone
is.
or the 4 metal and the 1
Yeah.
wood. I don't think the workers needed on there.
Whatever the math ends up being, I just feel like
Yeah.
using the worker as part of a cost feels bad and takes you away from playing the game.
Makes sense.
Which was a piece of what put me into a hole. Giving up an action to
I
build
was-
stuff sucks. Okay, go ahead.
I was ahead when that happened, and I was a little bit worried that one move was going to make me lose my lead.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah.
That's when you thought I still had a chance of catching you.
The free forge did a couple of things compared with our first play. It made us, well, theoretically do more forging, right? Which is good because that's what you want in the game. But it also made me feel really bad when I missed it twice.
Yeah.
And made me fall farther and farther behind because everybody else was benefiting from a free thing that I wasn't. Other people were getting free stuff and I wasn't.
Right.
Now, part of that was because I made a couple of little mistakes, right? I didn't notice the 3, and I wasn't quite high enough in the skill. And then the first turn, I just kind of forgot to do it. So, like, part of that is avoidable. But the other part is, once I started getting into a hole, I couldn't get out. And then I was already...
Yeah, I was trying to think if instead of if you had the option at the end of the round, you can forge something or you can get 2 or 3 coins, something like
Well,
that.
I have...
A side benefit.
I did write something like that down, but I think I actually want to combine some of my other feedback into another suggestion or consideration to think about. But yeah, that I did kind of go down that line as well, where like if you can't forge, then you get a few bucks or whatever, because that would really help. Because money was
Yeah.
money
One
was
thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, one thing I was really thinking about with your game, Evan, was I was like, man, it would be nice if you could convert some of those resources more easily than with the trading post.
Yes. So to dovetail into that, a lot of the dovecot, the logger that I got, I was stoked about that ability until I realized I would never use it more than once ever.
Right.
Right? And I was like, oh, I should have just grabbed one with a guild icon and not cared what the ability was.
I actually even had like ability that made it really good for me, and I still didn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought about exchanging my 4 gems into 20 gold, and then I was like, I actually have no way that I'm going to spend. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seemed like other actions were a lot better.
I wanted my specialization to matter. And a lot of the specializations, at least as far as the worker training goes, don't really matter unless they give you a guild icon, because that's gives you too many points, or it has a crazy ability. Like, even though I didn't even come close to winning, I think this guy is just so much better than any of my other ones. And like certain things like that. But a couple of these, like, so basically what I'm saying is, let these abilities be good. Let it be a good strategy. So, like, if I can go out and log 87 trees, let me do something with them.
Yeah.
Right? Let that be good. Because I've built that engine kind of stupidly because I didn't realize getting a bunch of wood wasn't useful.
Right.
You're not going to need more than 10 wood in the game ever, probably. I mean, I guess it depends on what you build, but
reinforced doors needed a lot of wood, but other than that,
but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
there's a limit, and so getting an engine building piece that brings you up to a limit and then is not useful beyond that limit isn't really engine. It's a wasted action. So let me use the wood. So basically, my idea was, at the end of the round, your forge action is either forge an item or turn your goods into money. Just generic. Like the trading post action, but at the end of the round. Which obviously causes issues, right? Because then, well, why do you need the trading post? Yada yada. Well, because you got to be able to get bricks somehow. Whatever. It does. It is a change, and it would cause issues. But then at least you would be able to, like, basically you're making something.
Yeah.
It's not a contract, but you're making something and you're getting money for it. You're not getting experience points for it, but you're getting money, or VP, but you're getting money for it, which is the linchpin
So
of.
it could be forge or trading post action, one of the two.
Well, right. I'm saying you can, like, if I have 40 wood, I can trade it in for 80 gold or whatever. Like, not limited. Because my holdback was I didn't have any money, and then I couldn't use money to take better actions to get me more money, forge the thing that would get me more money. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of got into this, like, backwards hole where, just because of the luck of draw and things, so I'm the kind of person where, if luck will make you feel bad, it will happen to me. So so my first strategy was forge a bunch of cool stuff, right? Because I was like, oh, we got a good bonus forge action, sweet, I'll forge a bunch of cool stuff. And just my access to, in the moments that I was able to, like, consider getting more cards to forge, um, they were so far out of my capacity to build, or they were aspirational. Like, okay, I'll be able to build that in a round or two. And I didn't have, like, some people had these great early build things that just gave you some money to get your engine going, like utensils, stuff like that, where you're like, oh, it only costs a couple of things. I can get moving on my engine and really get going. I didn't really have that.
Yeah.
And it as you can see made a huge difference here. I couldn't get going. And it was largely luck of the draw and what was left to me when it was there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that my starting common good was I think it was this decorative cross, which requires 5 skill.
Right.
Like my first card, like
Right.
it was just like I'm never gonna do this. I like
Right.
it's the one that I chose because the other ones were also not attainable, and
Right.
this was supposedly gonna be like the easier
Yeah.
one. But the
Yeah.
fact that this required 5 skill, I was just like, okay, well,
Right. Yeah, the
that's never
wheelbarrow
happening.
was my most attainable, and it required that worker.
Right.
And I was like, ugh. So basically, I got like stopped up with my capacity to make money. So like at the end of the round, you either forge a card if you can, or convert your resources into money, so that at least you can do something the next.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you don't have
Yeah.
that money, like
That's
you're kind of screwed.
that's actually a good point. That would help with the forging a lot, would just being able to see more contracts. So instead of maybe draw 1 card, if you could draw 3 cards and pick one, or take from the top of the Discord or the top of the deck, or like when you start the game, if you get 5 cards and you pick one or something like that. Just being able to see more of the contracts as you play the game give you a lot more agency in your forging, and just allow you to do it more.
That is something that I wrote down as other people were talking. Why is this the one card action that you can't look at 2 cards and pick one? Like all the other card getting actions let you.
Yeah, I could make it the same as the guild where you can pick one or the other.
Or something along those lines. Just being able to see more options definitely seems really good. And obviously, when you got that upgrade, that was Jack got that upgrade that allowed him to look at one more card.
Yeah.
I
really felt like this space, this space, this space, this space, this space, this space, and this space could all have been the same icon, like flow chart.
Yep.
But maybe these just have 2 spots instead of 4. But
I wanted to just reiterate or kind of bounce off what Evan was saying about the trading post. Wes, do you think it would be, obviously Evan would have had a much better game. I still don't think he would have been in the winning seat, but I don't know that for sure. If he could have traded.
People seem to milk the gemstone mine too much.
Oh,
Yeah, but is that a
free...
winning strategy though?
I
doubt it.
I'm just wondering if, again, we sometimes put restrictions on stuff because we think we need to do it, and I'm wondering if it really needs to be there, or if it could just be free trade.
Right.
And it might need to be restricted. Maybe it needs to be restricted in one direction. Maybe you have, hey, here's a bank here, and you can come and trade your stuff in for money. And maybe there's another one here where you trade your money for stuff. And each one you can activate. But when you activate one, it's not limited.
Yeah.
Have you played Concordia by any chance?
Yeah, that's a similar limitation there to Concordia.
Well, except if you choose 2 things and then you can trade as much as you want of those 2 things.
Right.
Not like
not too.
Just it's not 2 individual things.
Yes, you choose 2 resources rather than 2 trades.
Yeah. And so you can't just like go super crazy and just like trade all this for tons of money, or and I'm blanking now. I haven't played a little bit.
So basically,
way it works.
If you worked it the same, I would go to the trading post and I would say, I'm going to sell bricks. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to sell 10 bricks and you can't get bricks like that. So I'm going to sell wood. I'm going to sell 10 wood for 20 gold. And then my second trade is going to be, I'm going to buy bricks.
Yep.
I'm going to use that 20 gold to buy 5 bricks.
Yeah.
That's how Concordia works.
Concordia has the slight different restriction where you have space. Like there's
Right.
limited space that you can have those resources. So
Resource capacity.
There's something to consider with that, maybe. But yeah, I definitely felt like trading, because you are not going to be netting. At least when I was looking at gems, I wasn't going to be netting points. I'm trading 1 point for 1 point. And so going to the trading post, it was like the only action that I had other than like these 2 actions that wasn't going to be getting me points. And it felt very slow, and I wasn't like going up on any resources. Like these, I was going up on resources. This, I'm not. I'm just exchanging resources, and I'm not getting any points. And it's like I have to go here several times if I want to like compete with like just getting resources or something.
I was super rough on gold, and I was like, well, I could go to the trading post and sell 2 of my abundant wood for 4 gold, but like that's a horrible action.
Yeah.
That's a horrible act, So that, yeah. Something could be done with it. And that would help the gold limit thing. First, so the guild icons, we've already covered this. I think they're too valuable. And then just on top of that, you've also got extra value for getting them over here. So you got like yay and double yay. And so then if you don't do it, it's like double boo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too much reward. Too many ways to get rewards for that. And then I believe it or not, I was actually going for guild symbols. And so again, like I said, if luck is going to find you, it will find me, and it will be bad luck. So I was milling this deck. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I was basically milling this deck searching for guild symbols.
Yeah.
And I found one.
Yeah, there's more victory points than guilds.
Yeah. And right, and and maybe that was my mistake for not realizing that there weren't many in here, and or that perhaps my suggestion is that these powers are not good enough generally. But so there was kind of a combo of my fall down into the hole there, where I'm like, yeah, I got 2 points instead of an extra symbol for 6 points or whatever.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I already talked about that. Luck feels bad. Yeah, I already talked about that. So it's just kind of like all these different luck elements combined to like just be like, wow. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's a couple choices I could have done that were extra wood sucks. Yes, we already said that. Let me trade everything. Yes, we already said. Yeah, so I got into a gold hole, which ended up making me not be able to use actions really. Because the things that I really needed to do to make my game work were gold spending action. Right? Like I needed to build the thing to get the thing, but I needed gold to build the thing to do the thing that gets me gold. Right? So you've got like a double negative gold block on access to gold. And so my feeling there, which you'll know if this is right or wrong, is that perhaps upgrading the stuff on your board should not include gold generally. Maybe there's 1 or 2 things where that makes sense. Just like make me spend resources, make getting resources good.
Yeah.
And if I specialize in that, then like sweet, I can build more stuff because I've got more resources. But the gating of the gold to do the thing that's on the card that I need to build to get the gold, but that's in the wrong order, right? I can't get the gold first and then build the thing.
Where else is the gold used though?
It is only used for upgrading
No.
Other than that, you don't spend money anywhere else.
Right.
Plaza, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
Plaza.
you
trading
need to have
post.
it. You need to
Yeah.
have it for the upgrades, I think.
Right. Yeah. So I mean that's to me, there's a negative loop there, where if you're not rich, you can't get rich, and if you start poor, you're going to stay poor, or really, if you allow yourself to become poor, you would not, like the likelihood you can get back out of that starts decreasing exponentially, and
And I think what Evan is talking about more is specifically the ones that are requirements for cards.
yes,
Like
exactly,
all the ones that are not required for cards, it doesn't really matter if they
right,
cost money because
correct,
you don't need to build them to
Yeah,
be able to
two,
get your
two of
money
them are
back.
correct,
dirt cheap. It's only the grindstone
It's
which
expensive.
needs.
Mhm.
yeah. So anyway, that was kind of a feel bad interaction that kind of piled onto my bad luck and a couple of bad choices. And I think
I think that's a good point though, Evan, is that like because the lower ones are lower in gold and the upper ones are higher in gold, um generally it's easier to build the bottom row, and then it might just be a race, because I mean Jack's done it for 2 straight games, and then you have to decide, well, is Jack going to do it this game or not? But maybe I don't know, because I don't know the balancing, but maybe a solution to that would be to bring, like, you could still leave gold in this, but maybe bring that gold number way down and bring your resource number way up, so that you're not feeling like it's such a negative loop to get enough gold to be able to do that. I don't know if that's a solution or not, but
yeah,
just a thought.
yeah. So it creates a barrier, but you know, then well, what do you need a bunch of gold for if not for this stuff? That's a good question. But it did create a bad loop for which led to a lot of useless action, or not useless, but really subpar actions. I was like, all right, I guess I'll play this out, because I knew I wasn't going to win, and all my actions were hard. Couldn't get the
Did me
guilds.
reminding you were going to get lapped help?
It did. Couldn't get the guilds because of luck. And all these things lead to some win more stuff, especially with the gold access. I was losing for half the game. Just a thing that Sasha was talking about, I think. Oh no, this was Trevor, the castle versus royal, barracks versus military. I do agree with that. So you could just pick a word that kind of summarizes the thing, like noble or whatever, or like garrison, and then like commerce or common, like you have it. Just to make the words the same would be helpful. That's another thing that my brain will be like, wait, what's going on? And then I'll kind of so the tax that I took to get into my hole, where I'm gonna forge, and then I had some bad luck there. And then I was like, okay, sweet, I'm gonna bump up my assistance, and then that ended up not being very good. And then I was like, okay, sweet, I'll just focus on guild points because those are really good. And then my luck spoiled that. So those were my pivot points as I was trying to find my way towards doing something cool and good. And none of those ended up working out well for me. And then the last thing is, I think you can get rid of some of these. I think you can uncover a little bit of your art on the board, because I really like it. I kind of like these down. Whoa, people be having fun. These down here,
What I was
right?
doing here is imagining a market.
Oh, I see. You've got a little more visibility, and that looks really nice. And then you kind of go up here and you're like, well, does that need to have a gray behind it? Like, you can see that stuff pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like these guys, like, you can see that stuff not hard. So it could be just, the symbols themselves like this down here. And then the only place where it gets a little squiggy is like this, where I think that white background probably does really help, but you don't need it around these things.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need it around, this one you probably don't need, and this one you probably don't need. It's really just this little market to provide a backdrop to these icons is like the only real place where you need that gray out, and then maybe these.
Yeah.
So I think you could get away with getting rid of a lot of that backdrop white, and then the translucent white, and then let me see a little bit more of that sweet art. And then last thing, I fell into a hole that wasn't fun. I would still play it again. It's a great game, man. It's a really, really good game. And I think it's better than it was the first time we played it. And you've continued to improve on it, and I think it's freaking awesome.
Nice.
It's got a pitfall in it, right? It does.
Yeah,
And some of that's luck, and some of that was choices, but it's a great game. It's a really good game.
Yeah, pretty much everything that I said, Wes, I spoke for a long time, but pretty much everything I said was graphic design and the guild balancing. So it's really good. It's really good.
Really good.
And just because he was talking about art, and I think you already heard this during the game, that one card that talked about being in the town, or was it in the city?
Yeah,
that was definitely. I would not have known what that meant.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it was just these 6 locations.
Now, I know some games include things in the rule book to clarify specific cards, whether it's Flamecraft or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know if that's something I'd want to do or not, or just try to keep the game as simple as possible so you don't need that.
I mean, that's ideal.
I think
it's even hard to tell where this one is when you are
Like,
looking at
in
it
the town?
here. Where is this wall coming under here? Is this wall going over here? It's hard to tell there, and even on here, it looks like the wall is here, but then it comes here. So where exactly is the city?
They have to be more clear.
Yeah.
I was sort of curious, like, if that card, it was, I think you get 2 money if you go to any of these 6 spots with your assistant, that one specific assistant.
Yeah.
I feel like that could just get 2 money for going to any spot, but I don't know, maybe just because I guess I'm not just getting 2 money every turn. I don't know. It just felt like having to explain that this is the city, the town, or these count as the town for only that one card seems a little bit unnecessary or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, the game is sweet. This is the first time I played it. It does like with the art and everything. It feels like a game that is like. Honestly, this feels like more like a published game than the published game, the other published Smith games that I played. I'm glad that this one is doing the theme a little bit more justice, because the last 2 smithing games that I played, I was really not into, or really had big glaring problems, and this overall is really solid. It was for me, it's mainly that balance on the guilds.
Do you mind if I point out a couple other things, Wes? I know I've harped on the design, but
I do have to apologize, guys, because my computer might die here soon, and I also
Jack
left my charger at work. So
all right,
probably 1:30 there, or 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's actually just 12:30, so it's not bad.
1:30.
Well, if you peace out, then we'll know why.
Yeah, yeah. If I drop off the stream, it's because
Thanks for playing, Jay.
unfortunately it died. But
Mine are
yeah.
mine are really quick. Mine are like super quick. But did we lose them?
Okay,
No, do it to it.
go ahead.
So just the covered spots,
Yep.
you can't see what they're worth unless you uncover them.
Right.
So it's just maybe have it peek out the side or something in a little thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how big of a deal that is. I would highlight the areas that are required for various contracts, because it's not super obvious to me by looking at this that only this, and is that it?
Just a 3, the grindstone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would put those something to indicate contract.
Rather than the
so
sentence.
everybody can see that right off the top. And that was it.
Righto.
Cool.
Well, thanks, everybody. That's a lot of good feedback, and I had fun watching you guys puddle through the different paths to victory, although the guilds were definitely the glaring one in this case. So some work to be done to finesse that a bit. And all the other feedback I'll be working on to see what else I can do to this game.
Oh, Jack's gone.
Yep.
Did he die?
He died. Awesome.
Okay,
Well,
so normally Jack does this, but where can we find you, Wes?
Oh, nice.
I've got a Shopify store, Fundamental Games. You can find me there. You can find me on Facebook. And this game I'm planning to bring to Kickstarter in tandem with Hammerdog Games, probably in March or April of next year.
And does this have its own page on
I don't have a
Facebook?
web page for it yet. We're still trying to make sure we have some timeline specified before we put that
So
out
to
there.
just find you under your name at Facebook, or do you have a group for this one?
No group, just Wes Woodbury.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for bringing it back and letting us play it again. Like I said, despite my second half experience, like it's still a great game, man, and I'm really stoked for you. And I would definitely play it again, and avoid a couple ways to get into that pitfall. Yeah, thanks so much. It's been awesome. Sasha, thanks for joining up. Trevor, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And that has been a Playtest This. And we are